السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Welcome to Ahfad University for Women. And this is the Project Management PUSS 422 from School of Management Studies. I am your teacher, Mohammed Saeed Mahjoub. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Where you are, hope you are well and good. How are you everyone? كيف أخباركم؟ إن شاء الله تمام. If my voice is clear.
Yes, your voice is clear.
How are you? Are you good?
Yes, good, alhamdulillah. Thank you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you, Rima. Okay, so I'm glad to be with you today in the online session related to the project management. And today's session is focusing on the second phase of the project life cycle. So we know that projects are temporary, unique. They have start and they have end. And they have unique scope or requirements that we need to achieve by the end of the project cycle. The project goes through different phases. The first phase is the initiation, which we already concluded in the recorded lessons regarding selecting the appropriate project that align with the organization strategic objectives, then to select the suitable project manager according to a certain characteristics. And after that, we identified how the project will be organized within the organization. Now we are going to plan for the project. The second phase is organizing and planning the project. And after we finish the plan, then the third phase will start, which is about the project execution. Carry out the project plan according to the defined plan in phase 2. So now we will carry all the activities that being identified with the sequence that being identified in the project plan according to the resource allocation that also being identified for each activity in the project plan. While we are executing the project plan, carry out the project activities, we are supposed to monitor and control the performance of the project execution. And this is the third phase. And it's an overall phase that will be carried concurrently with all of the project life cycle phases. So we have to make sure that every step, every phase are being conducted effectively and efficiently using the function of monitoring and control. So we need to gather information about the project performance and compare this information with the preset plans. If there is no any deviation, that means the performance matching the project plan, then we will move forward. If there is any deviation, no match, then a corrective action should be implemented. After we deliver all the project requirements, services, products, results, we now reach the last phase, which is the project termination. And this, inshallah, will be the topic that we will talk about on next week, inshallah, the project termination. So we'll see how we will evaluate the project to see whether or not the project complete all its requirements successfully. Then we will do audit for all of the project activities to make sure every activity being executed, carried out as it should be. Then we will decide whether or not to close the project according to a certain criteria. So this will be the last phase. So the project will go through 5 different phases: initiation, organizing and planning, execution, carry out the project, and overall monitoring and control phase, and the last phase will be the termination. So each project, we have to remember that it's unique. That means every time, even if this project is a routine project for us, and I will give an example and we'll continue with this example all along this topic: bakery cooking a wedding cake. A bakery cooking a wedding cake. So whenever there is a new request for a wedding cake, there will be a new wedding cake design. The requirement will differ, depends on the layers of the wedding cake. So maybe the bride and groom asking for 4 layers wedding cake, another bride and groom asking for 3 layers wedding cake, another bride and groom asking for 2 layers wedding cake. The flavor of the cake, some of them may ask for vanilla flavor, someone they ask for chocolate flavor, others may ask for uh, strawberry flavor. So at each time there is a new request for a wedding cake, there will be a new requirement. So it's unique. It should be cooked within a period of time, the time of delivering the wedding cake for the bride and groom, according to their wedding date. So according to the wedding date, we have to prepare the wedding cake for the bride and groom. So it should be implemented and conducted and cooked and prepared within a specific period of time. So as a bakery, cooking a wedding cake, it's a project. Every wedding cake, it's a different project, because every wedding cake, it's a unique in terms of its requirements. It's temporary in terms of there is a delivery date for that wedding cake. It will go through all the phases. We have to initiate this project by accepting the request from the customers, the bride and groom. Then we have to plan how we will cook this wedding cake, and we'll see how to do a plan for it today. Then we will execute the plan of cooking the wedding cake. While we are cooking the wedding cake, we are monitoring and control the steps of cooking the wedding cake to make sure that the cake base is prepared well, the cake is cooked well, the decoration is prepared well, and the cake is finished as it requested. 4 layers, 3 layers, vanilla flavor, chocolate flavor, the decorations, leaves, flowers, items, all is ready. Then the last phase is the termination, is delivering the wedding cake to the client, accept it, pay the money for the wedding cake. Now this project is closed. So any project will go through this life cycle because it's temporary and it's unique. طيب زي ما ذكرنا انه احنا هنتكلم الليله ان شاء الله عن تخطيط المشاريع project planning. وproject planning هو المرحله الثانيه في دوره حياه المشاريع. ليه المشاريع عندها دوره حياه؟ لانه المشاريع عباره عن اشياء مؤقته، اعمال مؤقته، اعمال فريده يونيك ومؤقته temporary. حتى لو كنا بنعمل مشاريع بتشابه انها هي مشاريع روتينيه بنعملها دائما، زي المثال اللي انا هذكره دائما هنواصل عليه، ومثال الخباز. انا بعمل في مخبز، والمخبز ده بيجهز طورطه بتاعه عراس. طورطه العرس مهما كان بتشبه ان انا كل مره بعمل اي طورطه، بعمل نفس النشاطات، بعمل نفس الاشياء، لكن كل مره الطورطه اللي بيطلبها الرسام بتكون مختلفه. اولا في الطبقات، ممكن عرسان يكونوا دايرين طبقتين، عرسان يكونوا دايرين 4، عرسان دايرين 5 طبقات. حتى في النكهه بتاعت الطورته، في عرسان بيكونوا دايرينها بالفانيليا، في عرسان بيكونوا دايرينها ب الشوكولاته، في عرسان بيكونوا دايرينها بالفراوله. العناصر اللي بعمل بها الديكوريشن، بس اللي بزين بها الكيكه، بزينها بصفق، بزينها بورود، بزينها باشكال. كل مرة بيجيني طلب مختلف لكيكة بمواصفات مختلفة. معناها كل كيكة وكل طورتة عبارة عن حاجة فريدة يونيك مختلفة عن الثانية. طيب هل أنا المفروض أسلم الكيكة دي في زمن محدد؟ أيوه، لأنه العرسان دارين الكيكة تنتهي في وقت يوم عرسهم، تكون جاهزة ليوم عرسهم. إذا برضو أنا المفروض أخلصها في وقت محدد. معناها كل ما أعمل كيكة جديدة لزبون جديد المفروض أعملها في زمن محدد، وبتنتهي بنهاية تسليمة للزبون، وبتكون يونيك فريدة لأنه الطلبية بتكون مختلفة. المراحل اللي بتمر بها عملية الكيك زي مراحل دورة حياة المشروع، 5 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى هي مرحلة البداية. في البداية بختار المشروع، بختار مدير المشروع، وده اللي عملناه في الجزء الأول من المحاضرات المسجلة. اخترنا المشروع واخترنا مدير المشروع. تبدأ المرحلة الثانية مرحلة تنظيم المشروع والتخطيط للمشروع. بدينا اتكلمنا عن تنظيم المشروع، اخترنا الطريقة المناسبة للبروجكت اورجانيزيشن. وتوداي ان شاء الله we will going to start and to talk about the project planning، كيف هنعمل خطة المشروع. المرحلة الثالثة بتبدأ وهي تنفيذ خطة المشروع، اللي هو تنفيذ النشاطات carry out all the activities، تنفيذ النشاطات المطلوبة لتنفيذ المشروع. واثناء نحن نعمل في تنفيذ النشاطات لازم اعمل مراقبه وتحكم، انه اتاكد من انه النشاطات انجزناها بالطريقه المخطوطه في الخطه، ودي وظيفه المونيتورنج او كنترول. اخر حاجه بعد ما اتاكد انه كل النشاطات تمت وانجزت، بنجي للمرحله الاخيره وهي انهاء المشروع، البروجكت تيرمينيشن، ودي حيتكلم عنها ان شاء الله في المحاضره القادمه. هيتكلم عن انهاء المشروع، هنتكلم عن تقييم المشروع، هنتكلم عن التدقيق في خطوات المشروع، هنتكلم عن انهاء المشروع، تسليم المشروع الى العميل. طيب نرجع للكيك. جانا العميل طلب كيك، دي الانيشيشن، ورانا المتطلبات السكوب بتاع الكيك، دائره كم طبقه، 3 4 5 طبقات. بعد ما اختار على الطبقات ورانا النكهه اللي عايزها، إذا كانت فانيلا شوكولاتة. إذا حددنا متطلبات الكيكة the requirements then we start plan to do the cake. هنعمل خطة لعمل الكيك، هنعمل خطة مع بعض الليلة إن شاء الله أثناء هذه المحاضرة. بعد ما جهزت الخطة بتاعت الكيك أبدأ أنفذ الخطة، أبدأ أعمل النشاطات، أقوم بكل العمليات. وأثناء أنا بعمل في النشاطات بتأكد إنه في كل مرحلة تميتها بالصورة المطلوبة. أتأكد إنه الكيكة فعلا جاهزة، أتأكد إنه عناصر التزيين جاهزة، الكريمة اللي حضرت بها الكيكة جاهزة. وبعد كده تجي الخطوة الأخيرة وهي خطوة إنهاء المشروع، إنه حسلم الكيكة للزباين العرسان وأستلم منهم المبالغ المالية، وكده المشروع خلص. Then any project is unique because it has a different requirements, a scope, deliverables. It's temporary because it should be finished within a specific period of time. That's why it passes through a project life cycle. Right. Now we will focus on project planning. When we say project planning, we are considering the three ion triangle objective of the project. The 3 ion triangle objective or constraint of each project are the scope, the requirements, the budget, the cost, the schedule, the time. So we'll start the planning with planning for the scope, the requirements. What are the activities required to be carried out in order to achieve the project scope and requirements and to meet the project deliverables? So this is the first plan we have to do. We have to identify the activities, the technical activities. What I have to do is step by step. Now for making the cake, what are the actions, the steps, the procedures, the activities that we need to do in order to do the cake? And we have to make sure that these activities technically is very important, this step. Technically, they have what we call dependency relationship, precedence dependency logical relationship. Precedence, that means الأسبقية. Which first? It's technical because it depends on technically how I will cook the cake technically. And that's why the project manager should acquire technical credibility. And we talk about this. أي مدير مشروع لازم يكون عنده المعرفة التقنية. So if I'm not a baker and I cannot know how the cake will be prepared. So technically, how the cake will be prepared. So these activities have a precedence logical relationship, علاقة تتابعية. One activity will come after that activity finished. Some activities can be conducted concurrently at the same time, so they are not related with each other. For example, mixing the dry component of the cake and mixing the liquid component of the cake can be done concurrently. They are not related of each other. أخلط المكونات الناشفة تحت الكيكة وأخلط المكونات اللينة تحت الكيكة ممكن أعملهم at the same time concurrently بالتوازي. After I finish, then I will mix them together. After that, I will put the mix in the oven. If I cannot put the mix in the oven ما حقدر أحط الخليط في الفرن before I mix all of the ingredients together. So these steps should be sequentially. Preparing the cake base and preparing decoration elements, the cream, the decoration items can be carried out concurrently. So I can prepare the base of the cake, and on the same time I can prepare the cream that will cover the cake, the decoration items that I will put on the top of the cake. دي ممكن اعمله بالتوازي ايضا. اجهز الكيكه القاعده بتاعتها واجهز عناصر التزيين، الكريمه والعناصر اللي هحطها في التزيين، الورود، الاشكال، دي ممكن اعمله في نفس الزمن. So this is what about the planning for the activity. I have to know what are activity required to be carried out in order to execute the project and meet the project requirements. طيب, each activity needs resources, and we know this. I cannot do any activity without resources. So if you would like to mix the cake, mix the dry components, this is an activity. So you need resources. What resources needed? There are material needed. I need flour. I need vanilla. I need salt. I need sugar. I need baking powder. These are material needed. I need also equipment. You may use a spoon with a bowl, or you may use a mixing machine to mix it. And you need labor. Someone will be responsible of mixing the dry components. So any activity need resources, need material, need equipment, need labor. So I have to identify the resource that should be allocated. When we say resource allocation, معناها resources that will be assigned. المواد اللي هيتم استخدامها في النشاط. ما في نشاط بيتم من غير عناصر مواد. المواد دي في مواد مادية، المكونات، الماتيريال، في مواد أجهزة ومعدات، في موارد هي عبارة عن العمال اللي هيشتغلوا العمل ده. So for each activity, I have to identify these resources. But these resources are not for free. ما مجانية صح؟ I have to pay for it. I have to pay for the material. I have to pay for the flour. الدقيق عشان اشتريه وحدفع فيه. I have to pay for the milk. I have to pay for the egg. I have to pay for the machines. The mixture machine لو استخدمت مكنة عجين. I have to pay for it. I have to pay for the spoon. I have to pay for the bowl. I have to pay for the labor. هدفع للعامل. So these resources will be transformed into a monetary value. هنحولها لقيمة مالية. So transferring and transforming these resources into a monetary value, this is the second phase in the planning, which is the budgeting. So the budgeting is about what? The budgeting is about the financial resource What are the financial resources? Are the financial amount that needed for allocating the resources. معناها هي القيمة المالية المحتاجين لها للمواد اللي هنستخدمها في الاكتيفيتيز. طيب. After that, I will go to the last information in the project planning. How long each activity will take. Now I know what are the resources required for each activity. So I know the cost of each activity. This is the budgeting. So I know the cost of each activity. So each activity I determine its cost. Now I need to know the time for each activity. لازم أعرف الزمن that it should be for each activity. This depends on what? Depends on the resources itself. That's why it's the last step in the project planning, to plan for the time. I will not plan for the time before the resources. If I may ask you this question, and we'll go forward with that. If you have 5 dresses, عندكم 5 فساتين, you have 5 dresses, and each dress took 5 minutes to dry. أي قميص أي فستان بياخد 5 دقائق عشان ينشف. How long it will take to dry all of the 5 dresses. هناخد زمن كم عشان ننشف ال5 قمصان أو ال5 فساتين. So what do you think now? We have 5 dresses. Each dress will take 5 minutes to dry. The dress will take 5 minutes to dry. How long it should take to dry all the 5 dresses?
5 minutes.
Wrong.
25 minutes.
Wrong. Who can try? What do you think? Any trials? How long it should take? This is a quiz, and I know this quiz. You've been through this quiz when you are a child, صح؟ مش قالوا لكم انتوا صغار مش كده؟ ما حليتوا زمان لما قالوا لكم؟ كان بيقول لكم اللغز ده زمان 5 فساتين، فستان بياخد 5 دقائق عشان ينشف. 5 فساتين حينشف في كم دقيقة؟ Any trial؟
هي 5
صعب
دقايق.
ما صح.
5 دقايق. 5 دقايق بس.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay. So before you being a project manager, you may say 5 minutes. And you may say 25 minutes. لكن after you study project management, now you have to ask a question. You have to ask a question. And this question is, how the dresses will be dry. كيف هنشف الفساتين. Why I need to know how the dresses will be dry? لأنه I need to know the quality of the resources used. The quality of the resources and the quantity of the resources. Depending on the quality and the quantity of the resources, I will know how long it will take to finish this activity. So, you have to ask this question. How you will dry the dresses? And I told you that I will use a dry machine. I will use a dry machine. So you will ask me, now you are a professional project manager, you will ask me, what is the capacity of this dry machine? The capacity, that means what? How many dresses it can take per time? If this dry machine will take only 2 dresses per time, this dry machine will take only 2 dresses per time. Now, how you think? How long it should take to dry all the 5 dresses? How long? إذا هستخدم
15.
15 minutes. Right, that's correct. Why 15 minutes? Because the first round, I will dry 2 dresses. Still remaining 3. Now this is the first 5 minutes. The second round, I will dry the second 2 dresses. Now I complete 4. Still remaining 1. So the total now 10 minutes. The last round, I will dry the last dress. So now this activity, drying the 5 dresses, took 15 minutes. Good. If the dry machine capacity is 10 dresses, إذا كان السعة بتاعت مكنة أو غسالة أو مكنة النشافة بتاعتي 10 قمصان أو 10 فساتين. How long now it should take to dry the 5 dresses?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. لأنه I can dry all of them in one round. عشان كده knowing the resources is very important to know the time required. That's why we plan for the time after we plan for the budget. لأنه planning for the budget is by identifying the resources. Planning for the time is to identify the time to do the resource, to do the activity. What time to do the activity depends on the resource. Depends on the resource. Okay, so this is why we are going with this logical sequence of the project planning. So now we are going to start with planning for the activities, identifying what are the activities required for each project to complete the project. Then for each activity, we will identify the resources first. What are the resources needed for that activity? And depend on the resources that will be used, we can identify the cost of each activity, and we will transform these resources into a monetary value, which is the financial resource, how much it needed to prepare the resources, to pay for the resources. So this is the budgeting. Then we will identify the time required to do the activity, depend on the available resource. Like each other thing is very important before you move forward. The type of the resource depends on what? Depends on the money available for the organization. Depend on the money available of the organization. Why is that? If I may ask you, inshallah one day you will get married inshallah كلكم. والمريض ربنا يوفقهم إن شاء الله وربنا يبارك لهم. طيب, for those who get married and for those who will get married inshallah in the near time, now you have to prepare your house, right? You have to prepare your home with the equipment. نشتري الحاجات للبيت, الفurniture, equipment, حاجات المطبخ وهكذا. طيب, how you decide you will buy a washing machine or you will buy a drying rope? هل هتشتري غسالة ولا هتشتري قابل غسيل? According to what you will decide, which you will buy for your home, inshallah, when you are going to prepare for your home. According to what? According to the budget that you have, yes, according to the money that you have. So the organization will identify the resources first according to the available budget that it has. لأنه if the organization has an enough budget, they be able to buy an advanced machines, equipments, tools, لأنه they have the money. But if the organization have less fund, less money, now they be enforced to use manual rather than automatic machines. So they will depend on labor rather than machines. So it's all things are interrelated together. So that's why we are going to go through the project planning today, inshallah, for whole of the 4 hours. We may not be able to finish it today, like if you couldn't be able, we will finish inshallah next week on next Saturday, along with the last topic. So that's why they are interrelated. So that's why we are going to go through them together. So we'll start with the first one, which is the project activity planning. So to be easy for you to follow, I will jump between the note, the PowerPoint, and the reference. So the references will be your guideline for the subject. Okay. And now, what my plan is for you to write your own summary from the reference. But now, because it's the virtual teaching, so already you have the summary with the PowerPoint that I provided to you. Like if you notice that the PowerPoints are not containing any figures and diagrams and tables, I am always referring to the figures, diagrams, and tables that from the textbook. So our chapter here is on page 75, chapter 3. So you have to go to the page 75. Okay, so this is page 75, which is project planning and risk planning, chapter 3. So we are concentrating our study in this chapter from page 75 to page 111. 111. Okay. Sorry. 83. Sorry. 83. 75 to 83. So any diagram, any figure, I will refer back to the reference. You will not find the diagrams because I would like you to go through the reference side by side with the note. Okay. And the reference provides all of the details explanation about any point. So I will do this during the lesson, but you have to bring the reference side by side to the note in order to be able to understand each point that is elaborated on the reference. So this will be on chapter 3, project activity and risk planning, from page 75 to 83. So what we are going to learn together in this unit. In this topic, these are our learning objectives. So here, we will explain how we will transit from the project charter, and if you remember, this was your first assignment. You prepared the project charter, the project proposal, providing the general information about the project. What is the scope, the general requirements, the high-level requirements that should be implemented, the deliverables, who are the stakeholders, who is contributed in this project, the team members, the organization, the client. Okay, so the general information about the project is provided in the project charter. We have to convert this project charter into a project plan, which is a detailed description. Now we go more into a very detailed level of all of the activities. What are the activities required? What resources required to each activity? How I will do it? Who will do it? When to do it? So those are 5 important information about each activity. What is the activity? How we are going to do it? What are the resources? The cost? When to do it? Okay. What is the time required to do each activity, and the relationship between the activities? Which one will be preceded to the other? بتكون قبلها. Which one will be successor? بتكون تالية بعدها. Then we will summarize the planning process in a project management. And the steps that I will provide it to you is the steps that adopted to a software project. So you are not required to memorize these steps, but each project can have its different steps in its implementation and in the planning. Generally, it may look like, and they may be different in some steps, depends on the project itself. So we need to identify the component of the project planning process, how we will plan for the project. So we'll start with what we call the launch meeting, اجتماع الانطلاقة. We'll talk about this, and until we prepare the project plan and the technique that will be used, which is the work breakdown structure. So if I may say that, projects getting complex, المشاريع ماشية في تعقيد. Why it's getting complex? Because the requirements for each project is not simple anymore. So think about the mobile that you are using. When the mobile invented earlier, it was just calling and texting. ما كان بيعمل حاجة غير إنه just بيتصل وبيرسل رسائل. But today the mobile is more complex. It text, it call, it's an office. You can save files, you can take pictures, it's a camera. You can access internet, you can chat, you can play music, you can do everything with the mobile. So now projects are multidisciplinary. It requires multi-disciplines in order to do the project. محتاجين وظائف مختلفة ومعارف مختلفة عشان نعمل أي مشروع. That's why projects are complex. But at the same time, projects getting simpler. المشاريع أصبحت أسهل in terms of planning, execution. Why? Because project management is about tools and techniques. إدارة المشاريع بقت عبارة عن أدوات وتقنيات. It developed a long time. So one of these tools and techniques that we will learn today is the work breakdown structure. It's a tool that makes it easier to structure whatever a complex project. بقدر أهيكل أي مشروع مهما كان كبير ومعقد. Structuring that means I can identify any activities, every activity, and I can identify the relationship between the activities. بالهيكل بقدر أحدد النشاطات والعلاقة بين different activities. Okay, so why projects getting simpler? Because they are using tools and techniques. Comes from the practice, and still tools and techniques are evolved. Every time from the practice we can come with a new tool and technique. And today we are using the computer tools and techniques much. We are not going to go in depth in the computer tools and techniques. Like inshallah next week I will provide you with one of the tools, and I will provide you with the outcome of that tool, which is the Microsoft project. نستخدم Microsoft project حوريكم أنا كيف ممكن نستخدمه في مشاريع، واستخدمت فيها كثير من المشاريع. هوريكم كيف بنقدر نعمل بلان باستخدام المايكروسوفت projects to see. And they are customized project softwares that designed specifically and customized for certain organizations. في جهات كثيرة بتصمم برامج إدارة مشاريع خاصة بهم. So in the project activity planning, this will be our content. We'll start with the introduction to project planning. Why project planning? And we already talked about it. The project planning process, we will go through a process that being provided for a software project. It comes from the reference also. Then what are the components of the key project planning? We'll start with the launch meeting. Then we'll talk about the work breakdown structure. Our keywords for today's topic, and inshallah through the topic you will get more familiar with these key terms. Project charter, which is a document providing information about the project objectives, what we have to achieve, the stakeholders who are involved in this project and interested in this project, the high-level requirements, what are the main deliverables that I need to achieve. The project plan is a comprehensive plan outlining all the project activities. So I have to identify all the activities that needed to carry out the project, the timelines, when to do it, and the relationship between the activities, which one comes before the other, the precedence relationship, we call it precedence relationship, العلاقة التتابعية, and resources needed, and the deliverables, what we have to achieve at each phase, at each milestone, at each activity. Then the planning process, the steps that to transit from initial project conceptualization من فكرة المشروع until it comes to be an action plan. We will talk about also the launch meeting, which is the initial meeting أول اجتماع, that it will be to align the stakeholders نجمع فيهم كل أصحاب المصلحة الناس المهتمين عندهم علاقة بالمشروع, to discuss the project objectives and timeline, to discuss everything about the project, what is the project about, when I have to finish it, and from this launch planning, the planning of the project, from this launch meeting, the planning for the project will start. Then the work breakdown structure is the tool that we will use to hierarchical decomposition, structuring the project into smaller components, downsizing the project, decomposing the project, maybe vertical project deliverables into smaller tasks until we can manage it. When we say manage it, by now we can identify how to do it. We can identify the resources, we can identify its cost, we can estimate its time. Okay, good. So let's start. Why project activity planning? If you would like to conduct and implement and create and execute all the synonymous terms of any project, we need to do a project activity plan, especially for complex projects. Making a cup of tea is the project. Making a cup of tea is the project because it's unique, it's simple. So whenever you have a guest and you would like to make a cup of tea for your guest, it will be a different cup of tea. Some of your guests may want it very dark, very light, very heavy, very sugary, diet without sugar. They would like to have it warm. They would like to have it with milk. They would like to have it with mint. So different cup of teas. Still the activities can look simple. Boil the water, put the tea, put the spices, deliver the tea. Yes, there are 3 steps or 4 steps. So it's simple. But think about project that is very complex. A big project like Burj Khalifa. Big project like the vaccination for the coronavirus. Big project like Qatar 2022, Kas Al-Alam, World Cup. Projects like in Sudan, Dam of Marawi, Sid Marawi. So these projects are big projects. It's not a very simple project with identified activities. If you would like to identify every activity in this project until it completed and delivered to the customers, it will be a hell of work. So we need a process to do this. This is the project activity plan. It's a process. It's a procedure. It's an approach. The steps of defining and organizing all the tasks. I need to define all the tasks needed to execute and deliver the project. And I need to think about organizing the activities. Which one will come before the other? Which one is the successor? That means after. Which one is the predecessor? That means before. Which activities can be conducted concurrently? They can be executed on the same time. Which activities should be executed sequentially, this after that? In order to do what? In order to achieve the project objectives. And I need to achieve the project objectives, which is the deliverables. Burj Khalifa, objective. World Cup 2022, Qatar, objective. Marawi Dam, some objective. Providing the cup of tea to my guest, it's an objective for the project. So it's about a roadmap, the path that I will go through for execution the project. So this is the project activity plan. And it's very important. This is very important. Why it's important? Because for complex projects, it will provide you with the way that you have to pass through until you deliver the project to the customers. As the project is complex, and I need to use a project activity plan. So why we use project activity plan? Why it's important? So there are 4 objectives for that. First of all, when I do this structure process, I make sure that all of the activities are being identified. So I ensure that all of the activities are being identified and structured when I complete the project activity planning. So I will not miss any activity. كده هتأكد إنه أي نشاط عايز أعمله للمشروع عملته. ومش عملته بس structured معناها اتخدت في مكانه الصح. يعني each activity exactly related to each activity. علاقتهم ببعض شنو. I will be able to efficient allocate of the resources and timeline. هقدر أوزع الموارد اللي أنا محتاج ليها توزيع أمثل. فباي I know which projects which activities should be conducted concurrently. I know how many labor I need for that two activities. If they are sequential, I may need less labor because after the labor finish the first task, he will do second and the third. So I know exactly how many and the quality of the labor I need. So the resources. I will use uncertainty. We talk about this. Projects are featured with the uncertainty because projects are future delivery. حاجات مستقبلية. It's not a present delivery. So I have to complete the project in 3, 4, 5 years. So I will do plan for 3, 4, 5 years. Things will be different on that time. Maybe if I give an example for this. If you are planning for your wedding, now you are in 4th year, right? Most of you. Right. You plan for wedding after you finished your university. That's correct? This plan you started with your partner when you was in the freshman. طيب هسه حصلت حاجة في السودان يعني كان the plan for the wedding for 5 years. After 5 years إن شاء الله you will get married. طيب what about now? Is it the same 5 years or it changed? What do you think? It's changed on the same 5 years. It was planned for your wedding when you was in freshman. Freshman ده حتى كان قبل 6 years مش كده؟ 6 years. And now there is a war. And war makes things change. So it's a risk. You was expecting that there will be changes, there will be war. So this project of marriage, definitely it gets different. But at least you know the activities and you know what activities in your marriage plan that is completed and which activities is postponed. Now you will revisit your plan again and to check even the resources and the cost of the resources. كنتوا عايزين تعملوا عرس مثلا في صالة. طيب هسه مع الظروف دي خلاص ما في صالة. خلاص عقد في الجامع وخلاص يعني. في تدوين في مسيرات وين حنعمل لنا عرس ولم وجوب. خلاص غدا صغير وحنمشي الامور. Now everything now is changed and this is about the project activity planning. When you know everything about your project activity, you can be able to manage the risk and mitigate the risk in the future. And you can set an expectation about the future. Also you can monitor the progress of the performance. أنا حاسة قعدت أراجع خطة العرس اللي عملناها أنا وشريك حياتي ده. We plan to prepare our home furniture and to buy and to save money and to do everything. So we can revisit the plan. If the money is still enough or we need to increase the money after the war. طيب now we change even the plan of the wedding. كنا مخططين يكون في صالة وفنان. هسه مع الظروف دي قلنا خلاص بلح وبليلة وفشار في الجامع بس عجب. So now we change everything. So this is the way that we look at the project progress. We can see the plan. We can check at each milestone, at each activity, what was being achieved, what is not achieved, and why it's not achieved. And if you would like to do a corrective action, we can do it. نعمل إجراء تصحيح. هسه خلاص حنعدل خطة العرس لأنه حصلت مشاكل كثيرة. فجينا نحن ما نحن دايرين نعرف في 5 سنين. طيب لكن انا ما كملت الجامعه. طيب ما في مشكله لكن خلاص هنمشي على خطتنا 5 سنين. طيب العرس كان المفروض يكون فيه فنان وصاله وعشاء وكده. هسه ما عندنا طريقه. قلنا خلاص هنعمل غدا. غيرنا الاكتيفيتي بدل صاله غدا وعقد بس في الجامع وبدل ما عرض ضبيحه وكده عملنا بس بلح وفشار وخلاص وغدا خفيف للناس ومشينا. بدل ما نقوم نأجر لنا بيت وعفش حقنا أجرنا بيت مفروش لأنه ما اشترينا العفش عن طريق نشتري عفش أصلي. This is the way we look at the projects. We can revisit the plan along the time and we can see the progress of the plan. And if it's match the plan, the actual performance, we move forward. If there is any deviation, we can revisit the plan and we can do changes, which are corrective action or changes for the plan. So this is the project activity plan. It's a foundation of success because it provides you with all of the required activity that you need to do without missing any activity. So now I am sure that I will do everything and I will complete the project. Efficient resource utilization. I can know exactly how many resources, how much resources, the quality of the resources required for each activity. It minimizes the risk because now you have a forward look for the future and you know exactly what you have to do in the future. So whenever there is something happens, like in Sudan now war, you can revisit this plan again and then you can mitigate the risk by changing the plan and adapting the plan. You can improve communication because the way that you communicate with each stakeholder. We can monitor our performance and then we can see, did we achieve what we are planned to, that we are moving forward, خلاص نمشي لقدام ولا لا, we are not achieving, there is a gap and we need to do a corrective action. Like the war in Sudan now, everyone has a project, they revisit the plan again to see what they achieved and what they have to do to move. They have to move with the project with the new change plan, or they have to stop the project totally. Okay, and so on. So this is project plan. Why project plan is important? So what is project planning for the activity? Here we need to do what? The elementary document that we prepared for the project, which is the project charter, only showing the initial authorization of the project, what is the scope, who are the stakeholders, the main objectives, the high-level requirements. So it's general description about the project. Now we need to go in more details in order to achieve these objectives. What are actions needed? What are activity needed? How they will be structured? What is the responsibility of each stakeholder? So this is transitioning the project charter into project plan. نحول ورق المشروع الأولي اللي هو ورق تعريف المشروع البروجكت تشارتر نحوله إلى خطة تفصيلية بروجكت بلان. وده بيبدأ إنه ورق المشروع الأولي بروجكت تشارتر بيبدأ بinitial authorization. It was approved by the stakeholders. It was mentioning a broad objectives. Now I need to transfer this broad objective into detailed planning. خطة تفصيلية. Identifying each activity. أحدد كل النشاطات التفصيلية. And then I will go to execute and monitor this project plan. أبدأ أنفذ الخطة دي وأبدأ أراقبها بمعنى شنو؟ أشوف هل نفذتها ولا ما نفذتها. If you could remember what the project charter was about, it was about the statement of work, describing only the scope and the deliverables, what I have to do. So back to the cake. The project was about making a wedding cake. Okay, so this wedding cake is 4 layers, 5 layers. I describe it. Strawberry flavor, chocolate flavor, vanilla flavor. So this is the statement of work. What I have to do, I have to prepare a wedding cake. For whom? For those partners, bride and groom, العرسان دي. So what are the requirements needed in this wedding cake? Cake 5 layers, cake 5 طبقات, chocolate flavor, زكاة الشوكولاتة. Okay, good. Now I have an approximation of what? Of the financial requirement. هتكلف كم تقريبا؟ And I know this. From my experience, I know how it cost me the wedding cake. Okay. So then I will have the time. How long it will take? هسلمها في كم? So I know tentatively the time, the assumptions and constraints. Any risk required? Any risk that can be exposed to this project? والله في risk. A risk شنو؟ The risk إنه there is no electricity تقطع الكهرباء معناه ما حقدر أخبز الكيكة. The risk the supplier will not be able to provide me with the raw materials. المورد ما حيجيب لي المواد اللي أنا دايرها للكيك، ده حيأخرني في عمل الكيك. So this was the project charter. Who are the stakeholders? أنا البيركري هاي عمال and the client. Okay, so I identified the stakeholders. I didn't go in details how I will do the cake. I didn't go in details what are the steps, the actions, the activities to do the cake. So this is only the project charter. طيب أنا عايز أمشي من this project charter into a detailed baseline. Detailed, that means identify each action, each step, and all the information about it. What to do, how to do, what resources required, and how long it will take. الكيكة دي لازم داير ارتجاء لخطوات. الخطوات دي لازم أعرف أعمل كل خطوة كيف صح؟ ودايرة شنو مواد؟ ودايرة زمن كم؟ وحتكلفني كم كل خطوة. This is a baseline. Why it's a baseline? Because I will use it for comparison. I can check every activity if it was conducted appropriately according to the deliverable of that activity. The event happens from that activity. So I can know exactly is it completed well or not. So it's a baseline of comparison. So if completed well, I move forward to the next activity. If it's not, I need to do a correction action. So from the approved project charter, I will go to a detailed plan, breakdown of the high level task. طيب حتى لو دايرين نعمل breakdown للكيك. How I can do the cake? How it composite the cake? A cake composite wedding cake of two main parts مش كده؟ Doing the wedding cake, it's decomposed into two main parts. The first part is the cake base, قاعدة الكيكة ذاتها. The second part is the decoration, التزيين بتاع الكيكة مش كده؟ These are two. So this is the way that we go as work breakdown structure. Break down the project deliverables into smaller manageable parts. ليه قسمتهم أنا لقاعدة الكيكة والتزيين؟ لأنه they are not related. I can do them separately. I can do the base of the cake and I can do the decoration at the same time. After I finish the cake base and I finish the decoration item, then I will cover the cake with the cream and then I will decorate the cake with the decoration item. صح؟ بعد ما أخلص الكيكة وأخلص عناصر التزيين بجي بجلمط الكيك كده بالكريمة خلاص. بعد كده بجي بزينها بالحاجات التزيين كده بتكون بقت جاهزة. This is what we call work breakdown structure. So I break down the project into smaller deliverables. Now it will be easy to manage. Now I will concentrate on making the cake base alone and then concentrate on making the decoration alone. حتى في الdecoration I can have two deliverables, both small deliverables. A decoration is the decoration item, عناصر التزيين, leaves, flowers, okay, and the cream itself الحاجومة جلدت بها الكيك معناها برضو قسمتها ل smaller parts. I can know exactly what is the responsibility of each stakeholder at each activity. That's why there will be stakeholder engagement. لأنه من حيعمل التقسيم ده who are technically have the expert and the knowledge. ما حجيب لي أي زول حيعمل لي الwork breakdown structure unless he has the technical knowledge. لأنه زول ما بيعرف يخبز الكيكة ما حيقدر يقسمها لي أصلا ويفهم طبيعة إنه والله في قاعدة ويفهم إنه في حاجات تزيين والحاجتين دي مختلفات من بعض. Okay? So that will be transferred into a cost and schedule baseline. Any activity will be associated with the resources required. أي خطوة عملناها الكيكة دي محتاجة موارد. I will identify all the resources. Then all these resources will be identified in terms of monetary value. هنحطها في قيمة مالية. That is the cost of the activity. Each activity will require a specific time to complete it, and it will be done at a specific period of time. أي نشاط حيكون محتاج زمن معين عشان يكتمل، وحيكون حنعمله في وقت محدد. كده معناه we transfer the high level requirements, objectives into smaller details about the project by identifying and defining all the activities and their structure, how they are related, along with information like cost of each activity depends on the resources and the time baseline for each activity, when to do it and how long it will take. So after we finish this transition, we will prepare the plan, and this will be your second assignment, inshallah, to prepare the project plan for the project that you've been selected in the first assignment. So you have to transfer and transit, okay? Transfer the project charter into a project plan. Don't worry about this, inshallah. The project plan guideline, I will provide it to you in the assignment 3. What are the components that you have to define and write in your project plan? And we'll provide you the templates that you have to use to do the project plan. But generally, the project plan can take many components. So there is what we call change plan, and this will identify the budget, the time, okay, that is required to do the activities. Yes, it will be approximately times, not a detailed times, okay, but approximate times. Budget, how much I should pay for the project. The stakeholder communication who are involved in this project, internally and externally. We have internal stakeholders who are the project team members. And also you may have external stakeholders who are the suppliers. We need suppliers to do some jobs on behind of us, and I may not be able to do all the jobs. ما حقدر أعمل كل المشروع بنفسي، لكن هحتاج لي subcontractors to do part of the jobs. The scope management. What is the scope of the project? I don't want to have what we call a scope creep. What is the scope creep? أقوم أعمل حاجات not required. So for example, the customer asked for 5-layer cake. كنت عملت 6-layer. This is scope creep. لأنه أنا ذهبت بعيد عن شنو؟ عن المطلوب. المطلوب 5 layers. When I did 6 layers. So it's a scope creep. ممكن يجيني الكاستمرز يقول لي لا عايزك تضيف لي layer ثاني. هقول لهم ما تتفق عليه. I not agree about this. According to the project scope, it should be 5 layers. So if you would like to change the request, it will be another thing, and you have to pay for that. The quality management, and I know now you are taking a total quality management course. That's why I took out this part from the syllabus. شلت الجزء الخاص بالquality management لأنه already you are taking a total quality management course in 4th year. And all the tools, techniques that you learned in the total quality management, it will be applied to the project management. Okay, so just remember that we need to do a quality management for our project, and we will use all the total quality management tools and techniques for the quality assurance and the quality control for the project activities. Then I will have a detailed cost and schedule baseline. This will be what we will develop together inshallah today. هنجهز خطة تفصيلية للزمن وخطة تفصيلية للتكلفة. لاحظوا خطة plan. Baseline is a plan. Why it's a plan? Because it's time against time. How long it will take for each activity and when I have to do it. It's a time plan. Resources, budget. How much I need to pay for each activity and when I have to prepare this fund. Now each activity should be conducted at a particular period of time, and before I do it, I have to make available of the money. So I know the cake will be created and cooked on the 3rd of December. معناها by the 3rd of December, I'm supposed to make available all of the material required. ب 3 ديسمبر المفروض اجهز كل المواد اللي انا عايزها لتجهيز الكيكه. So now it's a time, the fund required for the project budget. So now I have to make this amount of money available at that particular period of time. That means a plan. Anything against time, that means a plan. فلما نقول التكلفة المالية تكون جاهزة في الوقت المحدد دي خطة نسميها خطة المالية أو خطة الميزانية budgeting. Okay, so that's why it will be part of the project plan. So if you would like to compare between the project plan and the project charter is high level document. Project plan is a detailed document. The component of the project plan is a detailed weight breakdown, schedules, costs. But the project charter is only the broad objectives, a business case, why I choose it, how approximately it will take in terms of time, how much approximately it will take, what are the deliverables, what I need to achieve, generally. So it's a high level overview, but the project plan, it's a detailed, specific strategy and action. Everything will be in detail. As you see here, there are many examples from global perspective and from Sudan. And I choose to use the cake making example along the topic of today. Lakin you may explore more examples after you go back to check the reading out. The book provides with also global types of examples. And the handout that I provided you, the PowerPoint, it's also talking about different examples. So now you have many examples in the handout, examples from the textbook, and the example that we are using, which is making the wedding cake. So how project planning is conducted? قلنا here process that means steps. So this is an example for key 8 steps of project planning. Lakin this prepared by software, and if you go back to the reference, inshallah, you will see it here. Okay, so in page 77, these 8 steps are steps that being developed for a software program and research and development projects also. Software and research and development projects. لكن احنا we can modify these steps for any other types of projects. So when you read it, you will see that those steps are basically designed to do the planning for a software and research and development projects. So develop and evaluate the concept of the project. First step, describe if you would like to develop its basic performance characteristics. Decide if getting such deliverables is worthwhile or not before you continue. So it's about software or research and development, like pharmaceutical product. So we can apply it for developing and creating COVID-19 vaccination. لما عملنا عقار أو الدواء بتاع الكوفيد 19 كان ممكن نطبق ال8 خطوات دي، لأنه تطوير عقار بتاع كوفيد 19 ريسيرش اند ديفلوبمنت هو مشروع من مشاريع البحث والتطوير. فنتأكد أول حاجة إنه المشروع ده ممكن نعمله وفاليد وبيستحق إن نعمله. Second step, careful identify and scale out the actual capabilities that the project's deliverable must have to be successful. كل خطوات أنا محتاج لها. السيستم، البرودكت، السيرفيس that we need to do. What this project will have to do. الفاكسينيشن ده هيعالج شنو؟ هيعالج الكورونا. good. so this is what the project will do. السوفتوير ده هيعمل شنو؟ software is an application for social connection. good. then create the system and build the prototype. نعمل نموذج له، نعمل عينة من الدواء أو نعمل نموذج من البرنامج. بعد كده I will test the prototype، وده اللي بيحصل في الأدوية حتى يقوموا يدخلوها في عملية تيست، clinical testing اللي هو الاختبارات السريرية. يقوموا يجيبوا حيوانات يجربوا فيهم الدواء، يجيبوا بشر. The first step is human test, animal test, then human test. After the test finished, I will integrate the deliverables in the system that we are designed. طبعا زي ما قلنا هو سوفت وير معمول، فالسوفت وير دائما بيتعامل في شكل كلاسترز، مجموعات. بتأكد إنه كل مجموعة في السوفت وير it's working well. After the test, then I will put all of the components in one system. Then I will validate the deliverable. أتأكد إنه فعلا the system is working. Then I will send it to the client for the validation. The client will say, I tried and the software is good. Okay. بعد كده, if the client can operate, accept the deliverable, make sure that the client understands all the standard operating of maintenance requirements, everything about the product, which is the software that I developed for the customer. So these 8 steps is general. It's just an example for how we can plan for a project. And you may have different planning process depending on the nature and the scope of your project. So it's just for you to take it as an example, okay, for how projects can be planned. Right. So what we can take away now, that planning process, it's stages that any organization will follow in order to transit the project charter, the overall deliverables, requirements, objectives into small components. For projects, we have to do prototypes, نماذج. I will check it then until I will do the big project. فإنه أفهم the different steps, procedures, actions for each project to do a project planning is very important. That's why the structural approach. If a good project is about procedures, tools, techniques that used. So it's a structural approach. I will do it to increase the likelihood of project success by identifying each activity, have a good expectation about the future. I can be able to identify the risk that it can be in this project in the future. I can be able to allocate and identify the resources efficiently. I can make sure that the project is aligned to the plan is aligned to the project goal. In any activity that I will do, it's really contributing in achieving the project objectives. So how I do now the planning? This is the question. Now we are going to go in practice, and this is what we call nuts and bolts. Nuts and bolts, we need to assemble things together زي المسامير والصواميل الموجودة في المكن. احنا دي الصواميل والمسامير دي الحاجات الصغيرة صح في المكنة. لما تجمع الصواميل مع المسامير وتجمع كل الكومبوننتس of any machine, you will come with the machine. زي الكيكة لما نعمل ميكسينج للدراي كومبوننتس، السكر والفانيليا والبيكنج باودر والملح، تمام، واعمل لها ميكس تاني مع الليكويد كومبوننتس، البيض واللبن والمويه اذا هناخد مويه. بعمل الكيكه البيز بتاع الكيكه، بحط في القالب، بحط في الفرن، تطلع الكيكه. هناك بكون بعمل في شنو برضه في حياه الديكوريشن والتزيين، الكريمه والحاجات اللي هحطها كزينه، الكومبوننتس او ايتمز، الاشياء اللي هحطها كزينه. في الاخر لما نجمع النص bullets ديل مع بعض، اجمع الاجزاء الصغيره، هطلع بشنو؟ هطلع بالكيك. This is the planning. I need to identify those nuts and bullets for each project. So when they assemble at the end, I will have a full project. How I will do this? The key element of the project planning process here we are going to talk about are the launch meeting and the work breakdown structure. The launch meeting and the work breakdown structure. So by the end of applying the launch meeting and the work breakdown structure, I will have a set of time, cost, resources required for each project activity. By doing this, I can avoid any delays in the project. لأنه I will know exactly when I should do that activity. عارف بالضبط هعمل activity بدين. I know the resources needed for that activity, so I will have to make sure that these resources are available before the time. وده بخليني أتعامل مع أي تأخير إنه ممكن ما يحصل بالخطة الجيدة. So the efficient the project planning, the more prevention and help to avoid any delays and budget overruns. ما أدفع قروش أكثر من المطلوب في أي مشروع. طيب what is the launch meeting? Let us go to discuss the launch meeting in brief. طيب نرجع لمثال الكيك. انت you are a baker صح؟ انت صاحبة المطعم، صاحبة المخبز. I am the owner of the bakery. So I have many sections in the bakery. I have many sections. I have the cake section, I have the decoration section in the bakery, I have the procurement section. الناس المفروض يجيبوا المواد للبيكري. Good. So جاني client, I receive a request from a client. And this client requested for a wedding cake with 4 layers, vanilla chocolate, and he choose the decoration items, and they want their faces on the top of the first layer, and so on. So we agreed about everything about this project, and we authorized this project charter. So we authorized what? We authorized the cost, we authorized the time for delivering this project, we authorized the objective of this project, which are the design of the cake and the requirements of the cake. So what I have to do now, I have to plan for doing this cake. Now the owner, the top manager of the organization, will call for a meeting. هيدعو الاجتماع. And this is the initial meeting. We call it the launch meeting. So this is the launch meeting, the first meeting held once the project approved by the senior management and the project manager assigned. This meeting will be chaired by whom? By the senior manager, not by the project manager. أول اجتماع بيتعامل في المشروع بيكون برئاسة الإدارة العليا. صاحب الشركة، المدير العام، مدير الإدارة. And for that meeting, he will invite all the stakeholders that will be contributed in doing that project. هيقوم يدعو كل أصحاب المصلحة داخل الشركة اللي هم الأقسام. For the cake project, he will call the cake department, the decoration department, the procurement department. دي الناس اللي هيكونوا مسؤولين من عمل الكيك. لأنه the cake department, they will do the cake base. The decoration, they will do the decoration. The procurement, they will make sure that all of the material will be ready. So what we will do in this meeting? In this meeting, we will tell everyone, starting from the project manager and all of the stakeholders, all the expected outcome of that project, the deliverable. So we have a request for a wedding cake, and this wedding cake is 5 layers, chocolate vanilla flavor, and the design of this cake is like this. So we'll give them all of the clarity, and we ensure that all the expectations about what the project is about is understood by the project manager and the stakeholder. Until now, the project manager is not playing the role of the chair of the project. لأنه هنا we are handing over the project to the project manager and the stakeholder. In this meeting also, we will identify who will be involved in this project for everyone. So this project, this department, that department will be involved in this project because we'll be part of the execution of this project. Who is the customer of this project? He will be identified also for the team. This cake, it should be delivered by a delivery company. So we'll tell them who is the delivery company and who is a stakeholder. We are not going to deliver the cake to the wedding place. They will be a delivery company. Those are outside contractors, will be part also with this project execution. Then we will establish the project scope and discuss any practical aspects of the project. Anything related to the project will be discussed. What are activities? What are the critical points? What will be type of coordination between us? What assumptions? What constraints? Everything that they will talk about it during this meeting, and they will clarify. So after the project ends, there will be assigned rules. Everyone will know his part. Every department, every stakeholder will know his part. We will discuss the timeline, preliminary timeline, when the project should be delivered. Wallahi, the wedding is on the 10th of January. Now on the 10th of January, the wedding cake should be ready. We will clarify the scope and deliverables. We know all. This is a 5-layer cake. أيوة متأكدين 5 طبقات. Yes, 5 layers. These are the decoration items. Yes, متأكدين. We will not change it, and so on. We will discuss all the cost estimate and the resource allocation. الميزانية المتاحة كم للمشروع? We know it. So we know the budget. We can identify the resource. If you remember the question I asked you, if you are now preparing for your wedding and you would like to furnish your house in the future, you have to identify the furniture items. So are you going to buy a washing machine or you will rely on a washing robe? هتعمل حبل غسيل ولا غسال? This depends on your budget. If you have a budget, you can buy a washing machine for your home. If you don't have budget, you will buy only a washing robe. Good. So these are things that will be out of the launch meeting. We will assign rules. We will discuss all the preliminary project timeline, time and cost. We will clarify the scope, the deliverables, what we are going to do actually. We will discuss the budget, estimate how much and what are the resources will be used. So the output of this launch meeting, we will understand the scope all together. It's very important يا جماعة. مش المشروع ده لو ما كنا فاهمين بنعمل فيه شيء هيحصل تضارب، هيحصل conflict. لأنه we are not only the person involved in this project. There should be a coordination between the different departments. That's why responsibility assignments also a very important output. Every part, every stakeholder, everyone involved, they have to know their roles, their responsibilities. لأنه after this meeting finished, each one will go back to his team to prepare the action plan for the activities that he is responsible to do. Very important. After this project ends, it will come the action plan. The action plan comes from where? Comes from the functional area. Every department, every functional area that have a responsibility in this project, implementing, doing some actions, they have to plan for it. They have to plan for each activities that they have to do. So after this project launch meeting finished, every department will engage in a separate meeting. أي قسم هيمشي يبدأ اجتماعات فردية. In this separate meeting, what they have to do? They will plan for their activities. They will identify their activities. كل جسم هيشوف activities اللي هيعملها. They will identify the relationship between their activities and other department activities. After that, they will come all together again in a meeting for composite project plan. هيكون اسمه project plan composition، اجتماع عمل خطة المشروع أو تركيب أو صياغة خطة المشروع. And this plan will be chaired by the project manager. كده خلاص البروجكت مانجر هياخد مسؤولياته. So this plan will be chaired by the project manager. The project manager now will invite all of the different stakeholders to present their action plan related to their functional areas, and they will discuss the relationship between those different action plans and composite a full comprehensive project plan, detailed, showing all the activities and all of the relation structure of the activities, how they are related to each other. And they will discuss even the resources required for each activity and the time required for each activity. So you are the project manager, you are not going to prepare the project plan by yourself. You will ask the help of each functional area. يبقى أنا هناك مشروع الكيك، هقوم ناس الكيك the cake base department, they will prepare the action plan for making the cake base. ناس the decoration department, they will make the action plan for making the decoration items. يبقى ناس procurement department, they will do an action plan for make available of the required resources when needed. Then the owner of or the project manager will call these three departments together to discuss and combine the different plans in one action plan. Right. The question is how we can help those departments to make their action plan, to identify and structure their activities. They use what we call a work breakdown structure. So what is the work breakdown structure? A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical structure. يعني شنو hierarchical structure? This is a hierarchical structure. This hierarchical structure. So this is a hierarchical structure for annual attribute dinner. تمام؟ عشاء سنوي. تمام؟ عشاء وفاء سنوي أو عشاء بيعملوه الناس attribute كشكر يعني. شكر سنوي. بيعملوه آخر السنة كده. الشركات بتعمل عشاء عشان يحتفلوا بنهاية السنة والإنجازات العملية. So this is what it looks like. It's hierarchical, so it's levels, like the organization structure. Okay, part of you are human resource here in this group, صح? You know that the organization structure. It's a hierarchical structure, levels. So here I will divide the project into smaller components. It's a hierarchical structure that used to decompose يعني تفرتك the total scope of the project into manageable actions. So I divide it now into manageable actions. What this annual tribute dinner composite of? It will be an event. There will be invitation sent. There will be entertainment part. There will be dinner and food and drinks provided. There will be thank you speech. Good. Now I will go level down in the invitation. What I have to do for the invitation? In the invitation I have to prepare the mailing list اللي هم قائمة المدعوين who are the mailing list who will be invited. Then I will design the invitation itself. In the drink and food, there will be a menu for the food and a menu for the drink. طبعا هم خواجات عندهم الواين طبعا. اوكي نحن ممكن نعملها كده drinks, choose everything. Hot, cold. This is an option for the menu. هيكون في trial، هيكون في select، هيكون في option. بعد كده هنعمل trial، نمشي نختار المنيو ونجرب الايتمز اللي هتكون في المنيو، وبعد كده we'll select it. So this is the way we decompose it. That means we decompose it. Okay. So what is the goal of that? Is to break down the project into smaller manageable tasks. Smaller manageable tasks. طيب, this is an example for construction, building at school. لكن I will apply it for what? For our wedding cake. For our wedding cake, how we can define the project scope? And I need to apply all of the steps. The first step, what is the main objective of the project? If you remember what I have to do, this is the main objective. اللي هو make the cake. Right? So the cake is 5 layers, and the cake is 2 flavors. How the cake will be, the actions and the activities in the cake. In the cake, we have 4 deliverables. I can divide the cake into 4 deliverables. What are those 4? Let me break down into major tasks. The first task is make the cake itself. The second task is to make the decoration. The third task is the procurement, make available of the material. The last task is the cake delivery to the customer. I will give code, level code. يعني cake, this is level 1, item 1, level 1, item 2, level 1, item 3, level 1, item 4. Now I will go more down. أجي cake for example. Cake, it has 2, 3 tasks. The first is the dry mixture. The second is the liquid mixture. The fourth is the oven. أخدها في الأوفن، في الفرن. يبقى هديها كود. هي level 1 1 2. level الثاني item 1 1 2 2 1 2 3. So I will give number for each task. Now it's manageable or not manageable? It's manageable. I subdivide the task into smaller components. So the first level, first step, I define the project main objective. This is the project main objective. Cake, 5 layers, 2 flavors. Now break down into major tasks. The task is to make the cake, to make the decorations, to procure all the items, to deliver the cake to the customers. Now divide the task into smaller components. So this task, making the cake, I will mix the dry component, I will mix the liquid component, I will put the mixture in the oven. I have to give code number for each activity. So when I have to stop, when I can manage the task. Manage the task, that means what? When I say manageable, so I can identify all the information. I can identify all information about it. What are the information? I can describe what to do. Can I know what to do exactly in dry mixing? Yes, I will mix the dry components. So I can do it. I know what to do. Do I know the resources? How to do it? Are resources? Yes, I know the resources. I can identify the resources. I need 2 kilograms of the flour. I need 3 spoons of the salt. I need 5 cups so I know the measurements. I need a mixture or a blender or a spoon and a bowl. حددت كل العناصر. Now, who will do it? Can I know who will do it? Yes, I know the specifications, the skills, the competencies, who will do this particular job. Can I know now the cost? Yes, I can know the cost because when I know the resources, it can be transformed into a cost. So I know how many labor, how long it should go with the work, 1 hour, 2 hours, I can identify. Can I identify the time? Yes, I can identify the time. How long it will take mixing the dry ingredients, أخلط المكونات الناشفة. I know the time. So when I be able to identify all of the information, I will stop. I will not go level detail more. Okay? Generally, in practice, they say 3 levels is quite enough, like this picture. Okay, look at this picture in the textbook. Okay, look at this picture. They said that is quite enough index to go with 3 levels. So I'm starting with the general outline. Then I try to put some details until I put the final touch. So from the first picture here, I cannot exactly know if this a girl or a boy. Can you know this a girl or a boy? It's not. Then I move to the second by adding some more details. Now, okay, so it's a face, but it's not clear. Then I go to the last. When I go there, now I can identify it, so I can manage it. So this is a young girl. So now I am quite confident about how I can do and what I need to do. So that's why it's important to identify all of the information that needed and required, okay, for all of the activities. So these are the steps, okay. So the steps are what? Like this construction. I start with the first level, the objective, construction of a new corporate office. Good. Now I have to move more down. Second level, level 2. I define it into a main task. Project initiation, site preparation, building construction, final inspection and handover. I went more detail. In the site preparation, laying the foundation. In the building construction, electric wiring. Okay. So when I think that this is a sufficient level where all the information I need to identify about each task is clear, I will stop there. دي مهمة جدا. بالتالي حقيف لما نحس إنه كل المعلومات اللي أنا بقدر أحددها عن الأكتيفيتي أو التاسك بقدر أجهزها. What are this information? I can know exactly what to do, how to do it, who will do it, the resources required, which is the cost, and the time required to do the activity. So if I can be able to describe all of these 5 things for each task, then I will stop the hierarchy structuring, the decomposition. Okay? So by doing this, what I can achieve, I can know exactly all the activities, I cannot miss any activity, I can assign who is responsible for that task. I can do a realistic timeline and budget, and I can know exactly how long it will take for each activity, as you will see. Then I can do a timeline for the project. I can know exactly what is the cost of each activity. So when I aggregate it, I will end up with the total budget of the project. Okay, so work breakdown structure is the tool that each department, each functional area, each project, they can use it in order to identify all of the activities and to know the structure relationship between the activities. So we can identify and manage each task successfully by identifying for each task later on what to do, how to do it. In how to do it, I can know the resources, who will do it, the assigned person, and the time required to do that activity. Okay, so this is the first level of the project planning, which is the project activity planning. We highlighted what we need to do. We have to transit, نتحول من البروجكت charter, the high level information, into a more technical, detailed, comprehensive document, which is the project plan, which will help us to execute the project. And when we execute, هننفذ المشروع, we'll execute it according to this project plan. The planning process can vary in terms of the names of the steps. So here, how we can transfer the project from its conceptual idea into a detailed, actionable, executable plan. So it's like nuts and bolts, اللي هي المسامير والصواميل. So when they assemble together, the project will be conducted and executed. So what are the tools that we are using? We use the launch meeting, the initial meeting. Who will invite for it? The senior management, الإدارة العليا تدعو عليهم. They will invite the project manager along with all the stakeholders, the functional areas in the organization. They will put a clarity about the project scope and objectives. They will assign the roles and will discuss any responsibilities, and they have to agree about it. And whatever thing that will be changed in the project plan, if you would like to change anything in the project plan, we have to refer back to this committee, which is just be held by the project manager. Like if we need to change anything in the project plan, we have to approve it, and then we'll send it to the senior management to approve it. So these are the authorized people for anything related to the project. We have to think about any risk, assumptions, uncertainties. We will discuss every detail about the project. This meeting, by the way, can be a very short meeting. We call it touch-base meeting. Touch-base meeting. Because we are planning for projects that we are used to do from time to time. So the relationship, العلاقات, responsibilities, and boundaries between the different departments is known. And everyone know exactly his part. عشان كده بكون touch base very fast, very quick. لكن if this project for the first time, it can take longer time in discussion. So launch meeting can be a touch base for a routine used to do projects. Yes, they are unique and requirements unique. لكن they know everyone what they have to do, but they have to adapt to the new requirements. لكن if this is a project for the first time, definitely we have many things to discuss together. So after the first meeting, the initial meeting, the launch meeting finished, and jobs, roles are assigned, people back to their functional areas, they start to develop their own action plan using the work breakdown structure, hierarchical framework to decompose the deliverables to smaller components. And then when they return back, they will composite all of the action plans individually in one plan under the observation and supervision of the project manager. After they finish it, they will approve it. Okay, they will approve it. Approve it, and they will sign on it. No changes will be on this action plan until all of those approve it again, and then they will send it to the top management. They can be different templates for the action plan. Okay, one of those templates, you can find it in your textbook, this action plan. Okay, so this is the work breakdown structure can be put in this hierarchical action plan. So we know what is the task, what is the immediate predecessor for that task. When we say predecessor, معناها which comes before it immediately, which comes before it immediately. The estimated time, هتاخد زمن كم, estimated time duration. The estimated resources assigned to whom. If you remember, these are things that I need to know about each activity. Any constraints, assumptions, what is the deliverable when we finish this task? So this will be part of the action plan. There are many templates. We can use these templates for the action plan. Many organizations have their own templates. Inshallah, later on when we come to this assignment, I will provide you with a template that you will use for your action plan. So this is the first part, how to plan for the activities. That means defining all the activities and the relationship between the activities, the precedency, relationship, التتابعية, which come first, which come next, and what are the resources required, and what are the time required. The time and resources will be the next step that we are going to talk about them in a while. Okay, so any question related to the first part before we move forward?
I have a question.
Yes.
In regards to the WBS, when I'm doing the hierarchy of the task, do you make more than 3 levels, like according to the task, if it requires to, or do you stop at 3?
Depends on the project, Rima. Yeah, depends on your task. If you think that it's still complicated and you need to go further to break it down into smaller deliverables, go ahead. Okay. Depends on the project complexity. Few projects are very small. So when you make a cup of tea, it's a project, yes. Like, do you need to go for more than 1 level? I don't think so. Even you don't need more than 1 level. In making cake, only 1 level is quite enough, 2 levels. Like when you go to complex projects, you may go for more than 3 levels for that.
Okay. Thank you.
So for you in marketing, Rima, you can apply for a marketing campaign. So what a marketing campaign can be composed. Marketing campaign is a project. For the human resource people here, I know, training, designing a training program for your employees is a project. For the procurement and supply chain department, who also are asked here, planning for logistic delivery for any items is a project. For accounting and finance, okay, making the budget for any project or any organization, it's a project. Yes, we are doing the budget every year, but we can see it as a project. The final audit of the organization, financial audit, is a project. So even within our disciplines, we can have many projects. Yes, we are used to do it as in terms of routine work, but also we have to plan for it. We have to plan when to do, what resources needed for each task, and who will be assigned for that task. And it's a unique because every year we do it. There is a new marketing campaign, there is a new training program, there is a new procurement delivery, there will be a new budget for the company. It will be timeline, yes, because I have to do it in a certain period of time, so it's paper. So it's a project. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I just provide you with the cake to be generalized. Like you can apply for any projects that related to your disciplines or any projects as generally, and starting from a small to a big project. Okay, any question? Then we are not going to take breaks. تمام, لكن you can accommodate yourself. يعني you can go have 5 minutes, drink water, go to the restrooms if you like, washrooms. If you would like to pray, go to pray and come back. Inshallah, you're not missing that much. And I'm repeating the points more than one time. And then you will have this recorded video, inshallah, sent to the group. And they will send it back to you, inshallah. There is a YouTube channel created for you. It will be easier for most of you, inshallah, to follow the lessons, recorded lessons. It will be shared with the YouTube channel by the coordinators later on. So inshallah, this also will be available to you. Because we don't have time, I will continue for the second part directly. Like manage your time by yourself, okay? You have your own discretionary to do everything that you would like to do. And I know that you are feeling relaxed during this lesson. If you have any obligations and you would like to stop, and I know many of you that in Sudan, and they may face possibilities, difficulties in continuing the lesson for 4 hours. So don't worry, take as much as you can from it, then you will have the recorded later on. So feel free and feel relaxed to take your rest, to take your break. And I know part of you also have another social obligations, also so go ahead for it. So there is no any attendance. So there is no any rights or obligations regarding attending this lesson or not? Right. Go. So good. So let's move to the second level of the budgeting. So now what we finished. Now we have a total list of all of the activities, and this is our list here. For all of the tasks, we know all of the tasks, and we know all of the immediate predecessors tasks. What is the immediate predecessors? That the task should be conducted before that task. التتابعية. Okay. So which task will be before this task? So this will be shown in each action plan. Okay. That will be shown in each action plan. Ruba, do you have a question? You open your mic before we move, or just you open it by mistake? Ruba, do you have a question?
No, I don't have. By mistake, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, so now we need to move forward to identify the resources. Estimate resources. Budgeting is about estimating the resources. And the last step, we're going to estimate the time duration. So now we are going step by step. In the activity planning, we identified all the tasks with the structure. So we know exactly what are the immediate predecessors, remember this. Logical technical precedence relationship. Logical technical precedence relationship اللي هي العلاقة التقنية المنطقية التتابعية بين النشاطات ودي technically which one should be before the other. This activity should be implemented after that activity finished. So it will be shown here. Okay, to be shown. Now we need to go for the third column here, estimated resources. This is budgeting. So budgeting, it's chapter, as I mentioned, following our reference, very important for the reference. So it's on chapter 4, project budgeting, starting from page 111, okay, until page 116. So what we are going to know now. Now we move to the next planning step, which is to estimate the resources. Budgeting is about estimating the resources. Budgeting is about transferring these resources into a monetary value, because the resources required are the materials, the equipment, the labor, okay, along with other costs of any requirements like the electricity. Definitely in electricity, we need electricity. But when we pay for the electricity, it will be part of the bill of the all of the organization. We pay for the executive, the managers, the secretary. Okay, so we have what we call it indirect cost related to the task itself. And you are familiar with the costing from the cost and management account. So we are not going to go in more details about how we are budgeting and costing the items, but we will show a hypothetical example for that. And I know you're already familiar with the cost and management accounting in year 3, grade 3, and you know how to do costing, and you know activity-based costing. We call it APC. You know this. Just go to revise it. APC. We are making the cost estimate according to the activity costs. اللي هي direct cost and indirect cost. And it depends on the resources needed. So the cost of the labor, how much we should pay for the labor, how much we should pay for the material. So according to the resource estimate, what labor time required to do the job, what are the resources that will be used, we can identify the direct cost. The indirect cost, we need to pay for the things that generally apply to the organization. We call them sometimes overhead expenses or the general sales administrative costs for the organization. These are indirect costs. Okay. If you need to have any idea about them, go back to check your notebooks for the cost and management accounting. Now you may ask your colleagues in finance and answering or clarifying anything related to the cost elements. Okay, if you couldn't be able to remember these things from year 3. لكن أنا إن شاء الله when we go through the note now, I am sure that you will remember it. Right? So what we have to do first, we will define what is budgeting, and already we are discuss it in brief and why it's important for budgeting. Budgeting, it's a plan, financial plan. So each activity, as we checked, it has a time to do it. I need to do it in a particular period of time. So on the 3rd of December, I have to do this activity. Okay, good. So this activity requires resources. محتاجة مواد. So before I start the activity, the material should be available. And the material needs money. So I need to have funds available for those materials. لازم يكون في مبالغ مالية متوفرة for those materials. And this is the time plan for the finance resources. الخطة الزمنية لتوفير الموارد المالية. So it's a plan, as we see. Now, how I will do the budgeting? What are the tools and techniques? And again, project management is about tools and techniques. Here we have 3 methods in the textbook. I will go through 2 in details. The third, I will recommend you to go to read it by yourself. Okay. So we have top down, we have bottom up, and we have agile. The agile, I would recommend you to go to read it at the first reading. The agile, الرشاقة أو المرونة, this is a new trend in the management generally, in the human resource, in the marketing, in the finance and accounting, in the procurement and supply chain. This is a trend especially started after the corona. How to adapt to the changes, the dynamics that's in your environment. Then we will understand the process of cost estimate. And this is the cost estimate, APC costing. Okay, APC costing, how we can do a cost estimate for any activity. And the total cost will be the aggregate of all of those costs. When we are aggregating all of the costs, we come with the cost estimate. So why project budgeting, and what is project budgeting will be the first part. The method of budgeting, as I mentioned, we are going to discuss 2 types of budgeting. Okay, and sorry, and then we're going to discuss the method of budgeting. 2 methods, top down and bottom up budgeting, and we are going to differentiate between them. The last, we are going to see how we can do a cost estimating using a hypothetical example for that. Our key terms here, inshallah, we're going to discuss them, is what we mean by project budget. And again, project budget is a financial plan. خطة مالية. When we say plan, is something against time. Campaign plan. Campaign plan is a campaign activity against time. Training plan. Training session activities against time. Procurement plan. Procurement activities against time. Budgeting plan is financial amount we needed at a particular period of time. So when I do budget for an organization, I know what amount of money fund should be available for the organization at a particular month of the year. So on January, what fund needed to finance the activities that the organization will do on January, on February. What amount of money I need that the organization will be able to do the day-to-day activities or operations on February, and so on. So the same for the budget. The financial resources are needed for what? For acquiring the resources, the physical resources, the machineries, the equipment, pay for the labor, buy the materials, okay, pay for the rent, pay for the utilities, electricity, water, bills. So what amount of money needed? This is what we need to allocate the resources. Without this financial money, definitely the resources will not be able to be acquired and prepared. How to plan for the financial resources? We have three approaches, as I told you. We have the top-down approach. We have the bottom-up budgeting. We have the agile budgeting. Okay? So when we talk about top-down budgeting, we are starting from the top level. So we'll have a general number about the budget. And then we will go down and down to identify according to this general number, the big number from our experience. I can now identify the cost of each activity. So I come from the top to down. Depends on my experience, and it's more convenient, طريقة دي مناسبة أكثر for the routine projects if I am used to do such projects before. لكن if I, for my first time, to do projects like this, I need to do what? I need to come from bottom. I need to start from identifying the cost of each activity. لأنه I don't know exactly how much it will cost me such project. So I will start from bottom. I will start from the work breakdown structure from the lower level. I will estimate the cost of each activity and then adding up, aggregating until I come to the top, finding the total budget amount. Cost is about aggregation, not like time, as you will see later on. Time is not an aggregation. Time, it has another way to calculate the time of the project. And if some activities can be done concurrently. When I do activities concurrently, I need budget for the first activity and budget for the second activity, right? So the total budget will be aggregating the cost for each activities. Lakin while they are being conducted on the same time, so they will need to be conducted on the same day. So I will not add this time to that time. لأنهم concurrently. If they are sequentially, I will add. If they will be done sequentially after I finish the first activity, I will do second activity. معناه I need 2 days to finish the task. لأنه first day for the first task. After I finish it, I will start the second task. Then I will do the second activity. So I will take 2 days. Lakin if these two activities will be conducted concurrently, and I will do it on the same day, so I will need only 1 day. So it's not always about aggregation in the time, as you see, but in the cost will be the cost for the first activity plus the cost of the second activity. Now I will go upward from the lower level to the top level, which is bottom up. The agile, okay, it's a method that it uses the adaptation based on what we call a Scrum team cost per sprint. So Scrum and sprint, those are terms. Okay, Scrum is we divide the projects into a small components. Okay, we drive the projects into a small components according to time phases. We call them sprints or irritations sometimes. So the first sprint is the first month, for example. The second sprint is the second month. So now I divided the project by month. So every month I will allocate the resources based on the priorities and the objective of the research, objective of the project, according to what? According to the dynamics happens. So for now, for example, now we are facing problem in Sudan, war in Sudan. Definitely the resource allocation for many organizations changes. And we used to have a plan to conduct a certain activities. But now, because of the dynamics happening in Sudan and the war, we have to be flexible to reallocate the resources, shifting the resources from one activity to another activity, because this activity is not needed anymore. حتى كل organizations, they devote their resources to do what? To evacuate their premises and to move their assets from Khartoum to other areas, safe areas. So this is what they do. This is what we call adaptation. Few projects, they are facing like research and development projects. We are not sure about what will happen tomorrow. لأنه what the result of the first phase, it can not be identified until the phase finished. So after the phase finished, I will have to think about the second phase. So in the research and development, like for example, developing a new mobile system. So I will start with the first phase. I will put a budget for the prototype. After I finish the prototype, I will check. Am I going to move forward? So there will be a new activities, a new resource allocation. Or I need to go back to start the initial concept of the new mobile from the beginning. So at each sprint, we call it sprint, there will be a continuous evaluation and reallocation of the resources. Okay, so every time, every sprint finished, I will do re-evaluation, and then I will do a resource allocation until I finished. Okay, so we use what we call Scrum. Okay, Scrum is what will help the teams. Okay, when they do a very irritative, incremental jobs, and they will put it as part of a framework that they can use it in order to solve a complex problems. So when I have a complex product, so I will irritatively and incrementally think about the actions I have to do. Okay, so I will start to work in individual short period times. We call them sprints. So every 4 weeks, every 1 month. Okay, after each sprint finished, then I will show what incremental progress I did. After that, I will have to do evaluation. I will reallocate my resources for the second sprint and so on. So this is what we call Scrum teams. Scrum teams, those will be responsible of identifying the budget and reallocation of the resources. So as I told you, I just read about it. I don't want you to go in more depth about it. Just read about it. It's very intellectual in the budgeting. So I know that agility also in human resource there. Go in human resource, check agility in human resource, check agility in procurement and supply chain, check agility in marketing. So this agility in budgeting, like in finance, we can use it. So we can use agile method in any disciplines. The second or the fifth key terms is the work element costing. So how I can do costing for each element? We will use activity-based costing. We know the overhead cost. That's the indirect cost allocated to the project, like utilities, general expenses, bills, electricity, and so on. General sales and administrative costs. These are the salaries that they have to pay for the administrative senior management, the general manager, the secretary, the sales team, the maintenance team, the human resource department. They are part of the services that apply to the organization. We should pay them from the projects. So we will put a contribution from the project budget to pay their salaries. So it should be identified in the cost element. دي التكاليف طبعا انا متاكد قريتوها ان شاء الله في سنه ثالثه زي ما قلت لكم. هترجعوا لمقرر سنه ثالثه قريته في الكوست اند مانجمنت اكاونتنج الكورس كيف بنعمل تكلفه للنشاطات وسميناها التكاليف المبنيه على النشاط الاكتيفيتي بيس كوستنج اي بي سي. التكلفه المرتبطه بالنشاط. بشوف النشاط فيه تكلفتين، تكلفه مباشره اللي هي التكاليف تحت العمال والمواد زي ما حنشوف بعد شويه في امثله، وتكاليف غير مباشره هي تكاليف المصروفات الراسماليه الاوفر هيد كوست اللي هي بندفع فيها المصروفات العامه، بسموها المصروفات العامه زي الكهرباء زي المويه زي الايجارات. في تكاليف مرتبطه بسموها التكاليف العامه، تكاليف المبيعات والاداره، التكاليف العامه ودي نحن بندفعها كمرتبات. ناس الموارد البشريه دين ما بندفع لهم مرتبات، حندفع لهم من وين؟ من المشاريع اللي بنعملها. المدير العام بياخذ مرتبه من وين؟ السكرتيره بتاع السكيورتي دين ما بيخدموا المشروع ده مباشره لكن بيخدموا العمل العام بتاع الاورجنايزيشن. فارجعوا اقروا عن اكثر لو دايرين تعرفوا اكثر تتذكروا الحاجات دي، اقروا عن الكوست مانجمنت اكاونتنج، ارجعوا حاولوا شوفوا النوتس بتاعتكم. لو برضو عايزين معلومات اضافيه عندكم ملعب اكاونتنج معانا هنا برضو حسوا في المحاضره، هم عندهم معرفه كويسه بالمواد دي وحسهم بيقروا ماده ادفانس في الكوست مانجمنت اكاونتنج اسمها البيرفورمانس مانجمنت، فبرضو ممكن يدوكم تيبس عن الحاجات دي، لكن احنا ما دايرين نخش فيها في التفاصيل. why so as a project managers we are not going to do everything by ourselves. So we'll assign an accountant to do the budgeting for us. هنعين محاسب who technically know exactly how to do such things. But as a project manager, I have to know how things work out. أعرف كيف يتعامل. لكن I'm not going to do it by myself. So let's start with the first part, importance of budgeting. So again, what is budget? It's a financial plan. What is a financial plan? It's to identify the fund required to allocate the resources. That means the fund required to acquire the resources. What resources needed? We need labor. We have to pay for the labor. We need materials. We have to pay for the materials. Okay, these are the direct costs at least. So how much money needed to be able to prepare for the activity? That means making the material available and pay for the supplier, pay for the labor and so on. So budgeting, it helps in resource allocation and it will ensure that all the funds, the financial amount are directed toward achieving the project milestones and activities. That's why we will identify the resources first, then we will transform the resources into a monetary value. هنحول الموارد لقيم مالية. This monetary value, that's what we have to prepare at that particular period of time. So a particular period of time, that needs a plan. It's a monitoring tool also, because at that particular period of time, when we use an expected value earnings, this is a kind of a tool or a measure, it will help to see what we achieved and what we didn't achieve. Are we over budget or under budget? So if we are over budget, that means something wrong. Something wrong, that means we are paying more than we are expected. So we have to check and we have to see what we have to do. And it should be linked to the organization objectives, also the budget, because I have to do what the budget tells me to do. In the textbook, there is an example of NASA. Go to read it. Pathfinder, how they do the budgeting for it. And this is on page 188. Okay, not 188, 111, sorry, strong mistake. Have to change this. 111. Sorry for this mistake. It's mistyping. Yes. Okay. 111. So in page 111, there is a case about NASA. Also, you can go for it. Okay. So it's a strategic alignment, and we connect the project to the mission of the organization. And we know that when we select a project, it should be aligned to the project organized object. It's built up from the work breakdown structure. So now for each activity, I know what is the monetary value of that activity. It's used to monitor and guide the project. So I can know exactly what are the required money at that period of time from, and I can anticipate the risk. So for example, going back to the plan of your wedding. When you plan for your wedding, you say that my wedding will be after 5 years. Okay, good. So what do you think? You will start to plan for your wedding in 2021. And now when it comes to 2026, if the amount that you plan for your wedding, you will spend it the same or it will be more or less. إذا أنتوا في 2021 قررتوا إنكم تحطوا ميزانية لعريسكم، لما يجي 2026 وهيكون موعد العريس، هل هتحتاجوا نفس المبلغ ولا أكثر ولا أقل؟ رأيكم شنو؟ If you decide with your partner, our wedding will cost us, for example, 3 million SDG. And the wedding will be 2026. And when 2026 came or come, when 2026 come, now you prepare the 3 million SDG. It will be enough for your wedding or not in 2026? Yes, Roba, it will be enough or not?
It's not going to be enough.
Why it will not be enough?
Then time will go, وبعدين القروش تزيد with time.
Exactly. So this is the risk. We have to anticipate the risk. And now what happens in Sudan? From 2021, now we are at war. So when something happens, make everything change. So this is the way that we have to look at the budget. We have to look at the budgeting and like the time management and the time plan. We have to think about what are the changes. Do we need to make more available money? Do we need to change the pricing? So again, while it's a financial plan, we need to revisit it. So year by year, you will sit with your partner, you will check the value, the monetary value of each resource that you put for your plan. الصالة بكم, الفنان بكم, العشاء بكم, and then you will check the prices. You may put an estimate, we call it reserve, تحط احتياط, contingency reserve, for the unexpected changes. So we put 10 to 5% increase in the prices. This is the normal situation. يلا طيب جرت الحرب. الحرب it make a radical change. So now you need to revisit. لأنه in the normal situation, yes, every year there will be 5% changes in the prices. So we expected that in 2026 there will be like 25% increase. So the budget will be around 4 million SDG. لكن لما جات الحرب في 223, oh, this is a big change. معناها هنا I need to do replan again. ما هينفع بس anticipation of risk إنه just I put an increase 5% yearly and then the wedding we should prepare 4 million by 2026. لأنه because of the war now we need to do a radical change of the plan. So that's why budgeting is very important. We need to develop the budget earlier within the project. لكن we need to think about the accurate reporting of the cost element. And we need to put a risk management plan for it. What the anticipated risk? How long, how much the prices will change. زي ما قال ربع الأسعار تتغير. يعني لما تتغير الأسعار, what I need to do? I need to put this in consideration. I need to put a reserve, contingency, احتياطي. So الأسعار هتتغير, but I need to put a contingency reserve for that. We use learning curve. لأنه من our experience, with that we are project managers, we will know how much the price will increase, 5%, 10%. This will be part of our experience. How the budgeting will be prepared? We have two approaches. We have top-down budgeting. We have bottom-up budgeting. So what is top-down budgeting? What is bottom-up budgeting? Each will try to do budgeting from a different perspective. The top-down, here the expert, the senior managers, according and referring to their experiences for such projects, they know how much it will cost them, this type of project. Going back to our wedding cake. So we used to do wedding cake before. Good. Like for the first time, we do 6 layers. We used to do 5 layers, 4 layers. So from our experience, 5 layers cost us 5,000 SDG. 4 layers cost us 4,000 SDG. So what do you expect for the 6 layers? How much it will cost us? احنا متعودين من زمان بنعمل نفس الكيكة. الكيكة 4 طبقات بتكلفنا 4 مليون. والكيكة 5 طبقات بتكلفنا 5 مليون، 5,000 يعني SDG. طيب 6 طبقات هتكلفنا كم تقريبا؟ هل لازم نعمل تفصيل ولا ممكن ندي توقع للميزانية بتاعت ال6 طبقات؟ Do we have to go with detailed breakdown for the cost estimate, or we can come with the general approximation from our experience?
You can just estimate.
Okay. How much it could be, Rima, from the estimate?
6,000.
6,000. Okay, good. Because from my experience, this is my learning curve. I was used to do 4 layers cake. It was 4,000. When I do a 5-layer cake, it was 5,000. This for the first time, a customer asked me and requested a 6-layer cake. So approximately it will be 6,000 according to the pattern. So this is what we call top-down budgeting. After that, I will divide the budget into the activities. So I will allocate it hierarchically to the lower level based on the work breakdown structure. I will go from the upper level, now move to the lower level. Right. This method is very quick, because in one meeting, I identified the cost. Here I reduce the risk of the small task over 5. What is the small task over 5? If I let anyone responsible for an activity to do the cost estimate, معناه he will prepare for the risk by himself. He will add amount of contingency. ما حيديني الميزانية زي ما هي. He will add cost, preventing the risk. And every activity in chart person, he will do the same. So at the end, I will come with overrated cost. This overrated cost, and they do it logically because of the risk, may put me at risk to be not accepted. لأنه لو مشيت للكلاينت قلت له أنا الآن الطورة ل 7,000 هيقول لي ما عايز. ليه ما عايز؟ لأنه أنا خليت كل واحد من تحت ودية البوتوم أب. From bottom everyone identified the risk of its activity. لكن he add extra amount. خدت مبلغ إضافي compensation for the risk. So an aggregate الأسعار حصل لها overrating. Instead of the cost to be 6,000, now it be 7,000. When I prepare this to the customer, he will reject my proposal. So this is the problem of the bottom up, as you will see. But in top down, this problem is not exist. There is no any oversight for the risk. Accountants for exceptions based on managerial judgment, and here we depends on how experts are. As Rima just mentioned, she start to think about the logic behind the 4 layers, 5 layers, and put her judgment. Okay. So here, it may not be accurate for each activity. لأنه هنا when I divide the fund for the smaller activities, I miss doing this. So it depends only on the top management experience and expectations. and experts. If they wasn't expert enough, they will not be able to identify the budget of the project. With this project for the first time, it will be difficult to do this. So for routine projects, it will be appropriate. Like if I don't have a routine project and this project for the first time, now I have to go for the second method, bottom up. I will start from the lower level, identify the cost element, the resources for each activity, transfer it into monetary value, and then aggregate, the very important, aggregate until I reach to the project budget. It's more accurate at the lower level. Here, it's more motivated for the employee. It will increase their morale لأنه there is a participation. A team are participating. So it's a participatory approach in budgeting. The challenge is, as I told you, a risk of overlooking the small cuts. Every team will start to increase his cost estimate, and this may lead to a potential cost overestimation, which it may lead to a reject of our project proposal. Okay, and here the top management will be less controlled about the cost estimate لأنه they cannot check all of the cost estimates بالذات for big projects. It will be difficult for them to do this, but it is still convenient for projects that for the first time to do. It's better to go with the bottom-up budgeting. So in the quick comparison, for the accuracy, bottom-up is more accurate. Flexibility, it's more flexible also because now I check the lower level. But in team involvement, the bottom-up is more high. It's more participatory, but it takes longer time and less control by the top management. So which one is the most appropriate? We cannot say that one is much better than the other. If you face a quick decision you have to take, it's better to go with the top-down budgeting for projects that are routine. If you don't have any idea about the project and you need more accurate, it's better to go with the bottom-up. And you may combine between both top-down and bottom-up approach to balance between the control and the accuracy. And control more with the top-down, with accuracy more with the bottom-up. So I can do top-down and bottom-up at the same time. So I need to prioritize which I need more. Transparency, participation, collaboration, or I need control on the budget. To prevent overestimating، أمنع التقادير الأكثر الما مطلوبة أكثر من اللازم لأنه بتعمل لي شنو؟ بتخلي مشروعي يحصل له رفض. فلما نكون في competition in a bidding for example في عطاء I have to provide the budget for my project bid. لكن if I overestimate my prices as I want to be precautions from the risk, this may lead to rejection of my proposal لأنه other projects which will be less cost. So overestimation is not good. لما نعمل تكاليف أعلى من اللازم عشان أقول والله عشان المخاطر, it's not good. That's why the top management experts should come into the place when it comes to how we can estimate the project budget and to define the policy. The last thing that we are going to talk about it in the budgeting, which is the cost estimate. How I can do cost estimate? Cost estimate is what? Cost estimate is the financial resource required to complete the project task. Now, what is the monetary value that I have to pay for each resource? So it will ensure the accurate allocation of the resource, and I will know exactly how much needed to be available from fund when I have to do that activity. So it supports the financial planning and it gives the information about what fund needed at that particular period of time. So what is the cost estimate component is? We have direct cost, overhead charges, and general sales and administrative costs. So what are these types of costs? We already explained them in brief, like in never mind, we can go on them again. لما نقول direct cost هي التكاليف المباشرة. So what resources in terms of material, labor needed for that job? Machineries, materials, labor. We have to estimate the cost of that direct material, direct labor. The overhead costs. These are the indirect labor, the utilities, and it will be percentage from the direct cost. And this comes from the policy of the finance department. هم اللي بيدوني السياسة. How I can calculate the indirect cost. Percentage from the direct material or percentage from the direct labor. Generally, services are calculating the indirect cost or the overhead from percentage of the labor. And with services, we rely more on labor. But in the manufacturing, production, we rely more on material and machineries. So we calculate the overhead expenses as a percentage from the direct material. The general administrative sales cost these are the expenses paid for the executive salaries and the administrative expenses, like the registration of the company, official documents, and so on. And it will be percentage of the total cost, percentage of the total cost. Total cost, that means direct cost plus the overhead cost. So it's a percentage of the direct cost plus a percentage cost. So total cost, when we say total cost, equal to direct cost plus overhead cost. This is the total cost. An overhead cost, it's a percentage from the direct cost. And general sales and administration, it's a percentage of the total cost, as we see now in a hypothetical example. For example, أنا عندي painting a section of a building in Khartoum. أعمل painting for a section in a building in Khartoum. I looked at the resource requirement. To make the painting, I need labor, and this labor will work for 10 hours. 10 hours. I asked the finance department, what is the rate per hour? The rate per hour is $12 per hour. So that means the labor should be paid 10 multiplied by 12, which is $120. This labor, in order to paint, he needs materials, he needs paint, he needs brushes, he needs equipment. How much it will cost? $250. So now the direct cost will be 120 plus 250, which is $370. In order to calculate the total cost, I need to check the overhead expenses. So I went to the finance department. What is the percentage that you apply for the overhead? شنو سياستكم في حساب الأوفرهيد مصروفات العامة؟ قال لي it's 50% of the labor. So the labor is 120. 50% is 120 multiplied by 0.5, which is $60. So what is the total cost? The total cost is the direct cost plus the overhead cost. So it's 370 plus 60, which is $430. Now I think you remember this from the cost and management account, right? Like this is the total cost. Like if I have general sales and administrative cost, so I will do the same. So building a school in Khartoum, how many hours needed for labor? 100 hours. What is the rate for labor? Is $8 per hour. So total of 800. What are the material needed? Cement, graphite, steel bars. They need 5,000. So here this is the direct cost. Direct cost is labor and material. 800 plus 5,000. So it's 5,800. The overhead, I asked the finance department, what is the percentage of the overhead? They said 40% of the direct labor. So what is the direct labor? 800 multiplied by 0.4. Okay. So it's 320. So now I have the total cost of direct labor plus overhead cost, which is total cost 1. It's 5,800 plus 320. Okay, which is 600. 6,120 dollars. What is that? Total cost. Now I have the general sales and administration. They said it's 10% of the direct cost. So the direct cost was 6,000 plus the overhead 6,120 multiplied by 0.1, which is 612. 6,120 multiplied by 0.1, which is 10%, is 612. So the total cost, estimated cost for this activity, it will be adding all those together. Adding 6,120 plus 612, which is 6,732. Okay. So we have to know how to do it. Like who will do it actually بعدين in the project? The accountant for us. Like as a project manager, we need to know the structure of the cost estimate. The cost estimate is direct cost plus overhead cost plus general sales and administration cost. The overhead cost is the percentage from the direct cost. The general sales and administration is the percentage of the total cost between the direct and the overhead cost. Then we come to the total cost estimate of the project. Okay? Clear this hypothetical example?
Yes, clear.
Okay. If I may ask you a question, if you would like to reduce the cost, what we can do? And Hassan, in this example, if we ask you to reduce the cost of the work, what is the possible thing that you can do to optimize the work better off? What you can do?
Can I reduce the overhead?
We cannot reduce the overhead. The overhead, this is something come with the finance policy. And as a project manager, I don't have control on that. What I have control on is the labor and the material. So what I can do regarding the labor and the material, if I would like to reduce the cost.
Either you reduce the number of hours or the material.
Like if I reduce the numbers of hours, will it not affect the quality of the work? If I ask the labor to work less time, it will affect or not?
Of course it will affect the quality.
If I would like to reduce the numbers of hours without affecting the quality, what I can do? We're not a human resource. What I can do? I need to reduce the numbers of hours required to do the job without affecting the quality. What I have to do? How people can be better in doing things, do it them in less time. How we can ensure this? How we can make our employees do jobs in less time. What we can do? Like how you do things better for yourself. If you would like to do things better, what you do?
I'm not HR, but I would say personally, if I want to do multiple things efficiently and effectively, I would do better time management.
Okay, rather than time management, for things that you are doing technically, how you can reduce the time to do things. If you're now doing things and you need to reduce the time of doing the same activity.
Machines reduce the time needed.
Okay, we can use machine. This one way. Very excellent, Rima. So we can use machine, but also machines will increase the material cost. Because when I provide machine to the labor, definitely the labor cost will be less because the labor will be doing the job in less time, and then the machine definitely will add extra cost to the work. And we have to look at the compensation. لازم أعمل المقارنة. If I add the machine, it will compensate the time to the way that the machine will be total less cost or not. عشان كده لازم يحصل comparison. Adding the machine will increase the material cost. لأنه it will increase the equipment cost. I will add an equipment. لكن this equipment will reduce the time. So this time reduction will compensate the cost of the machine. If yes, adding machine will be appropriate. Okay. If adding machine is not appropriate, what I can do? I can do training. I can train the labor. When I provide the labor with training, what about his competency? What about his skills? It will be upgraded. It will be improved. And when people skills improved, they can do job better off in less time, in less cost, and using also less material because there will not be any scrap. So this is what we need to think from a managerial perspective as a project manager. How to minimize the cost drivers. How to minimize the material cost now. So if I would like to minimize the material cost, what I can do? To minimize the material cost, I need to buy those material from the market. If I would like to minimize the material cost, what I can do? Who will buy the material for us? وين السبلاي تشين معانا في المحاضرة؟ ما في supply chain. Who will buy the material? Supply chain team, right? Procurement or supply chain team. Like if our procurement have a better negotiating skills, معناها they can negotiate better prices from the suppliers. So if I make sure that my procurement department team, my procurement team are competent, they have a good negotiation skills, so they can negotiate for better prices. So now I can reduce the prices. So I need to think about different strategies to optimize the cost. But the problem is I need to balance between the quality of work and the cost minimization. If I reduce the cost of the material, maybe I may end up with a low quality material and is not preferred. لأنه low quality material, more scrap, it will be more time and more cost. And I will not be able to deliver the project as it's required, as is standard. عشان كده it's very important when I need to compensate between the material, the labor, the machines. I have to think logically and I have to think with the balance between the quality and the cost. Using machines, high quality, but maybe more costly. But if the cost of the machine will compensate the time that the labor will do the job, I will go with the machine. The material, I need to acquire a good material quality, but I have to negotiate for better prices. So cost estimating for us as a project manager, we will know the cost structure for the sake of optimizing the cost, minimizing the cost. How I can reduce the cost. That's why for me as a project manager, it's very important to do the cost estimate, to know exactly what type of cost I need to focus on, which is the most biggest driver of costs, and what I have to do to reduce it. So how I reduce it? Now I need to use a technical managerial skills. These managerial skills like train our labor. Another thing, if you hire a high skilled labor from the beginning, You should pay him more hour rate rather than the low skilled labor. لأنه high skilled labor you have to pay them higher than the low skilled labor. But the compensation is high skilled labor, they will be more proficient, so they will do the job in less time. So now you have to compensate. Adding a high skilled labor from the beginning and pay them high, if the time that they compensate in do the job will be less than the time that the low skilled labor will take in doing the job, if yes, hire high skilled labor. If no, train your low skilled labor instead of hiring high skilled labor. Train your low skilled labor. So when he trains, he will reduce the job time, but you will not pay them high. Lakin you will be accounted for cost training. It's a compensation that we have to do to take all of these things in our mind. Okay, so think about these questions. Yani, project in Sudan, how I can cut the budget? This is strategy that I spread it out to you. What strategies can reduce the high cost driver without impacting the project quality? Also we discussed this. ناقشنا حتى انا العناصر بتاعت التكاليف دي زي ما قلت لكم لما اغير فيها واحاول انقص ممكن تاثر على الجوده، تاثر على الزمن. استخدم استراتيجيه ادرب الموظفين ولا اتناقش افضل مع السبلاير في ماتيريال. الماتيريال اذا جبت ماتيريال جودتها منخفضه هتجيب لي تكاليف بتقدر تخلي المشروع يتم زي ما هو مفروض وهكذا. Incentive based contracts very important with the employees. So I will encourage cost saving. If you reduce the cost, reduce the time, I give you incentives. اديك علاوة. So now you will be encouraged to do the job more efficiently, and definitely the incentive that I will pay for you, it will be compensating the cost of the work. Okay? So this is the end of the second part of the topic of today, planning, project budgeting. We start with the project budget, which is the plan for allocating the resources. Why it's a plan? Because I need to know the fund at each particular time that requires to be available for allocating the resources. And it should be linked to the organization policy and objectives. And it serves as a tool of monitoring and guiding the project execution, because at each milestone time, I can know exactly, did I overpay or underpay, I use all my budget, or I need to increase the budget and for allocate the resources. We have two methods for budgeting. Top down, based on the managerial estimates and expertise. It's quick, covering all the costs, accurate for unforeseen tasks. But it limits the accuracy as we talk about the individual tasks. The bottom up, it derives from the detailed task in the lower level in the work breakdown structure and moving up. So that's why it's more accurate and it provides a morale for team commitment. But its limitation, when we consider the risk, we can overestimate the cost, because each activity we will do a risk estimate for it. When we do work element costing, we have to consider the driver of the cost, direct material, direct labor, and indirect cost, the overhead cost. Also, we have to consider the general sales and administrative cost, if there is any policy for that, and we have to adopt the policy of the organization. Why it's important for us as the project manager to check the cost estimate, the cost drivers, to see how we can cut the budget, where we can cut the budget, how we can reduce the cost for the project. We have to think about the uncertainty, the contingency reserve, and how we can plan for indirect, unexpected expenses, and the accounting complexity. It will be also a challenge for us. We may combine between the top-down and bottom-up budgeting for better accuracy and control. And we have to understand the organization accounting practice to bring and manage commitments effectively of the teams. Okay, so now we complete the second part of the planning, which is identifying the resources. Now I have the resources. Well, I know what resources that I have available for each activity according to my available funds and available budget. Now we move to the last level of the project plan, which is the third pillar of the org project, constrains the triangle ion objectives, which is the time project scheduling. So this project scheduling is on textbook for chapter 5. Okay. So before we go to chapter 5, in the textbook there is an example. Please go to this example in details for a documentary film budget. See how they calculate the cost estimate and the budget using the two methods, the bottom up and the top down. Okay. Table 4.1 and table 4.2 on page 112 and 113. Okay, so we'll give you an idea. As I told you, the project with Agile using the Scrum team and the sprints and iterative periods for adaptability and flexibility. Also, it's good to read it. And I would like you to read this agility. Inshallah, when you go to year 5, inshallah, you may choose a research topic related to the agility in marketing, in human resource, in procurement and supply, in accounting, because it's the trend of today era to be more flexible and more adaptable. Okay, so this is an example also for the cost estimate that we just provided here. Right. Now we move to chapter 5. Okay, which is scheduling the budget from page 145. Yalla, one important thing. Before we start this chapter and this topic, the project scheduling, bring paper and pencil with you, please. Okay, write notes from what I will mention. Everything that I will mention, it will be in the textbook elaborated, yes. Like when you write notes, it will be good for a certain point that I need you to remember. There is a workout, practical work we have to do. Okay, workout, practical work we will do together. So if you do it with me step by step, it will be appropriate and good to never forget the steps. Okay, so we will go through the text. Okay, and there is diagrams. I will refer back to them, inshallah, jumping from the note, the PowerPoint to the reference, and moving back. Okay, to check these diagrams together and to work out the practical part of it. Okay, so this is the last part. We will go through it and go until page 152. So project scheduling. Now what we have now, we have a plan. In this plan, we identified each task. Great. We identified the structures of the task, the precedence task, which comes after and which comes before. We estimate all of the resources. So now we have estimation for the resources required. According to the resources, we can estimate the time. And don't forget my question. If we have 5 dresses, each dress required 5 minutes. How long it will take to dry all the dresses? Here, we have to ask ourselves a question. What resource we are using? What is the quality of that resource? So, do we use a drying machine or a dry rope? If you use a dry machine, what is the capacity of this dry machine? How many dresses that can be put inside the dry machine per time? Then I can estimate the time for each activity. So this is how we can estimate the time of the activity. Okay, but now we need to move forward. How to identify the time of the project? When exactly each activity will be conducted? Very important. When exactly? So here we are going to talk about the time plan. So start point, we will explain the relationship between project planning, budgeting, and scheduling. And we already went through this in the introductory of this lesson. I bring to you the full idea about what is the relation between activity planning, budgeting, and scheduling. activity planning, identify the activities, the structure of the activities. After that, we have to identify the resources required to do each activity, depend on the budget available. And then we will identify the time related to the resources used for each activity. And with the structure of the activity, we can know the time to do the project. Why? Because not all of the activities will be conducted sequentially. So it's about adding up times. No. Some of the activities can be conducted concurrently. So they will be conducted on the same time. ودي واحدة من الحاجات. ما كل النشاطات بتتعامل بالتتابع، عشان كده النشاطات زمن المشروع ما هو الجمع لأزمان النشاطات، ما هو جمع aggregation، إنما هو عبارة عن حسابات، لأنه في بعض النشاطات بتتعامل في نفس الوقت، معناها بتتعامل في نفس الزمن، فالزمن ما حيتدبل، ما حنضيف الزمن مرتين. هعمل النشاطين في أول يوم، معناها حياخد النشاطين يوم واحد، إذا خلصت يوم واحد ما خلصت يومين. لكن ده النشاط بيتعامل أول النشاط الأول، بعدين النشاط الثاني كده هاخد يومين. Well, how to do this? We have what we call network analysis. Network analysis. Schedule network diagram. So we are going to talk about the schedule network diagram, which is the technique that we are using in the project scheduling. We have the Gantt chart diagrams. Lakin I will leave the Gantt chart for the further reading for you. Okay, go to read the Gantt charts, because the Gantt chart is another way that we can visualize the relationship between the activities. I will show the Gantt chart for you. Lakin for further reading, go to read it. Very important, and it's used by the organizations. We already talked about it for operations management. We talked about the Gantt chart. Lakin برضو it's very important to go to it at the further reading. If you was in the normal situation, I was supposed to bring it in the exam. Again, I know that we are facing unexpected situations, so I have to be soft with you. So I will not bring it into the exam. And I know that we discuss it in the operations management, in the scheduling part in the operations management. So I supposed to ask you about it now, and I will put it at a further reading. Just promise me to go through it. And when you go to the real life, you will apply it later on. So we'll define the key terms associated with the networks diagrams. We have two approaches: PERT, Program Evaluation and Review Technique, and we have CPM, Critical Path Method Technique. How we can construct the network, and this is what we are going to do it today practically. So we have to bring your pen and pencils. We have activity on note and activity on arrow techniques. We will apply both. Inshallah, next week, we are going to identify the critical paths and calculate the critical time in the project network. And we will evaluate the activity slack, and we will going to know what is the slack and what is its implication for the project schedule. So until point 3, we'll complete it today, and the rest 2 learning outcomes, inshallah, will be completed next week. For today, this is the topic. We'll start with the introduction of project scheduling, why project scheduling, and the relation of the project scheduling with the budgeting and the project activity planning. And we already talked about it a lot, lakin we will repeat it again. We will come to discuss how we can construct the network. We have 2 methods: PERT, Program Evaluation and Review Technique, and Critical Path Method networks. We have terminologies that we are using in the network development and construction. We will define them, and then we are going to construct the network using 2 methods also: activity on node and activity on arrow. Next week, inshallah, we are going to find the critical path and to calculate the activity slack to identify the project scheduling. So the key terms are activity. When we say activity, it's the task required by the job and consuming resources and time. So any activity requires resources. So let us go back to our example, making the cake. What is your first activity in making the cake? Mixing the dry ingredients. So do you need resources? Yes, I need resources. I need the ingredients, the material. I need the flour. I need sugar. I need a spoon of salt. I need vanilla, if it's a powder vanilla. I need baking powder. So these are the material. Do you need equipment? Yes, I need equipment. I need the bowl. I need the spoon or the mixing machine. Do you need other resources? I need labor, someone to do it. So it's an activity because it required resources. Right. It needs time. Yes, it needs time because this labor, he will mix the ingredients and he will take a time for it. So that is an activity. After the activity finished, what will happen? There will be an event. So what is an event? An event is a state marking the completion of one or more activities. So after he finished this activity, there will be a bowl with mixed ingredients. This is the event. So after this labor finished mixing the dry ingredients, the result will be a bowl with mixed ingredients. ده الايفنت. الحدث هو نهاية النشاط. فبعد ما العامل ده خلط المكونات الناشفة، السكر والملح والباكنج بودر والفانيليا والدقيق، بقى عنده كورية. الكورية دي فيها شنو؟ فيها مكونات مخلوطة. هي كانت ما مخلوطة، النتيجة بتاعت الاكتيفيتي بقت مكونات مخلوطة. So the result of the activity is the event which the mixed ingredients, they like a one component. The milestone is the significant process makers in the project. So back again to our cake making. The big milestone for our project is the cake base. After I finish the cake base, this is the first big milestone. دي المرحلة الأولى المهمة، إنه خلصت الكيك بيز. After the event of the cake out from the oven ready، بعد ما شلت الكيكة جاهزة من الفرن، this is the first milestone. The second milestone, after the decoration items ready. After I prepare the cream, I prepare the decoration items. This is the second milestone. The third milestone, covering the cake with the cream and putting the decoration items. The third milestone. دي المراحل الثلاثة المهمة في عمل الكيك. أخلص الكيكة، بعد ما الكيكة تطلع من الفرن، الايفنت ده المايلستون الأول. أجهز حاجات التزيين بعد ما الكريمة تجهز، وبعد ما حاجات التزيين تجهز كده حكون خلصت المرحلة الحرجة الثانية، المايلستون الثاني. الخطوة الثالثة المهمة الأساسية إنه أنا أجلط الكيكة كده بالكريمة وأرمي كده حاجات الديكور دي فوق، كده تكون الكيكة جاهزة، كده خلصت الكيكة. This is the milestone. The network is the diagram illustrating the activities, events, and dependencies. Diagram show the relationship. This is the diagram. This we call it network. Look at this. This is the network. Show the relationship between the activities. The dependency. That means A, D. There is an arrow from A to D. That means D depends on A. That means after I finish A, I will do D. Dependency. Shows the activities. Activities. See another way to draw, which is activity on note. That shows the events. Instead of showing the activities only, I can show the event and the activity, like this diagram. Here we show the activity on top of the arrow, and the arrow shows the direction, and the note is the event. Note 1 معناها ending event of A. After A finished, this event 1. Note 3 combining of two activities. After activity C finished and activity D finished, I have one event هو 3. So for example, after I finish the cream and after I finish the decoration item, the event is decoration is ready. بعد ما خلصت الكريمة activity وخلصت عناصر التزيين activity ثانيه. الايفنت انه حاجه التزيين كلها جاهزه. حاجه التزيين دي شنو؟ هي الفريم دي وسي الديكوريشن اي. يبقى الايفنت ذاته ممكن يكون combining of result of ending two different activities. Also this is a diagram network illustrating بيشرح the dependency العلاقة A C after A D after B E after B F after C and D, showing the activities A, showing the events 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay. The critical path is the longest path the network determining the project duration. So the path, what is the path? هنتكلم عنه بالتفصيل. The path, here we have path. When I go from the start to the finish, I will go through path. مثلا this path is the connection of activities from start to finish. So I can go from start, okay, if you can see this here, I can go from A to E, it's a path, to H to J, first pass. في another pass. شوفوا بايه؟ another color. شوفوا another color. Okay. I can go now D, B, F, J, I, finish. Another path. So these paths, one of them are longest from the other. One of them is long from the other. The longest path is the critical path, as we will see. Inshallah, next week هنتكلم عنه in more detail. Critical time is the time required to complete the activity on the critical path. In this critical path, the activities we call them critical activities. With the time to do each activity we call critical time. Activity slack in the delay. If we delay this activity, it will not affect the activity, the project time. This will be more clear, inshallah, next week. So what is project scheduling? Project scheduling is about outlining the time frame of the task. If I would like to know the time frame of the task, I need to know their identification. I need planning, activity planning. I need their dependency, the previous logical, technical relationship. So I need activity planning. If I need to know the time required to do the activity, الزمن المفروض أعمل بيه activity, I need to estimate the resources. لأنه depends on the resources, I will know the time required to do the activity. And always remember our question. If you have 5 dresses, each dress can take 5 minutes. How long it will take to dry the 5 dresses? Now you need to ask a question. What is the quality of our resources? Which resource I will use? I will use a dry machine. What is the capacity of this dry machine? So this is a mutual influence, we call it. A mutual influence. According to the scope and the requirements, I did the structure of the activities. The dependency. Without dependency, I cannot estimate the time, as we will see, of the project. According to the identification of the resources in the budgeting, I will be able to identify the time for each activity. So this is the relation between the project planning part. Okay. Why project schedule is important? The same as any plan. To ensure timely completion, I have to have a plan. I need to finish in 1 month. Without a plan, I may end up with 3-4 months. Like when I know that the time required is 1 month, so I will manage my plan to finish in 1 month. I will plan my activities to finish in that timeline baseline. So it gives you an idea to progress and to monitor the progress of your activities. Do I need to change? Do I need to replan? And so on. It will be easy for you to optimize the resources. Why to optimize the resources? So, some activities, as we will see, can be done concurrently, like this here. I can do DEC concurrently if I have the resources. If I have 3 labors, I can do D, E, and C on the same time. Good. So I can reduce the time. Why not? If I don't have labors, so I will not be able to do the 3 on the same time, while the R can be done concurrently. So which one will be done first? As you will see, the activity in the critical path. The critical activity should be done first. النشاط الحرج هو اللي بيدعم الأول. شنو النشاط الحرج? The activity that cannot be delayed, because if it delayed, it will delay the time of the project. النشاط لو أجلناه بيأجل كل المشروع بديه الأولوية. The project will prioritize the critical activities for the resource allocation. So it's also one of the benefits of the resource optimization. This part we should discuss it in detail, لكن also we don't have time to do it. And unfortunately, برضو I couldn't be able, even in the normal sessions during the university in the past 3 years, because of the many dynamics, the revolution, the protesting, corona, we couldn't be able to add the resource allocation, which is the second chapter of that. Very important chapter, لكن unfortunately ما لقينا زمن إنه أصلا نضيفه. حتى مع online ما عندنا زمن نضيفه، لكن it can be very beneficial to understand how to allocate the resources. Reduce the risk. When we minimize the risk, we need to put a contingency for the time to prioritize the task. Which task should be prioritized depends on the task in the critical path. It's used as a communication and accountability. So I know exactly, I will communicate this to all the stakeholders. So each team member will know what activity assigned to him, and when he should finish it, depends on which activity, and so on. Also, it strengthens the monitoring and control. For example, in the Gantt chart, then I would like you to go to see this Gantt chart and to study it by your own. In the Gantt chart, for example, if you remember, in 3rd year, we could be able to see, like this one, this is a Gantt chart. It shows the task and when it should finish. The same diagram that I just show you is transformed into Gantt chart. The same one. The same one. And this is the same example we're going to use next week, inshallah. So it shows the flow of the activities, and we can monitor the progress. So in the 2nd month, in February, I can know in 13, did I complete the earliest task? What the task remaining? So I can stand at each point of time and I can check my progress. So also it's a tool to monitor the project progress during the project execution. The same as the budgeting also. Okay, good. How we can draw the networks? We have 2 approaches. طبعا previously they was distinctive. We may use PERT or we may use CPM. Now they are not distinctive. They are interchangeable. They've been applied both. The difference between them is the PERT using probabilistic timing. This was the major difference between them. PERT the technique, drawing the network diagram using activity on arrow, where they are applying the probabilistic methods of time. actually probabilistic. Yeah, I have to estimate the time from different times. So I have different estimated times. The most probably time that I may finish the project in, the least worst time that I finish the project in, the most time that the project was finished in. According to that, I will come with the probabilistic estimate the expected time. ودي حسه was being not appropriate used mostly for projects that are clear cut projects. See, projects are routine projects and the environment is stable, no changes. So I know exactly how long it will take to finish the time. So paired using probabilistic time, and they will use activity on node method. Okay, as we explained, what is the activity on node method. Like nowadays, they also use activity on arrow, the same as the pair. CPM critical path method, they use deterministic time. But now we are sure about the time of the activity. Okay, they were using the activity on arrow for drawing the network. They were using the activity on arrow to draw the network. Deterministic, that means I have only one time estimate. I am sure about the time that I will complete the activity in. So in the research and development projects, we use activity on paired, probabilistic, like in deterministic projects, we use a CPM. This is the difference between the paired and the CPM. Paired is more probabilistic, and we used to do this in the normal sessions, like in, I will omit it also from your session. We will use only the CPM, the deterministic time. I will give you only one time estimate, not 3 time estimates. Okay, only one time estimate. But for simplicity, and to be soft. Here we focus on time management and uncertainty. Here we focus on the time and cost trade-off. It's appropriate for research development projects where uncertainty is high. I'm not sure about the time to finish the activity, and it can vary. And here it's used for the deterministic projects, that routine project that I am doing all the time. The similarities, both using the network diagrams. This is the network diagram, okay, that we just adopted. Before, paired was using activity on node, and CPM was using activity on arrow. Like in nowadays, they are using the same. You can draw using activity on node, this activity on node diagram, and this is activity on arrow diagram. CPM was using this, and paired was using the second. The key terms in the paired and CPM, and I will explain them using the example. What activity? We know the activity is the task, require time and resource. So this is the activity. A, it's an activity. Require time and resource. Event, it's a milestone. This can be an event. It's a combination. It's the end of an activity. So when activity ends, it will be an event. زي ما اتكلمنا عن mixing of a dry components. Mixing of dry components, it's an activity. It needs resources, need the dry ingredients, need time to finish. But it ends with an event. The event is a ball with inside it a dry ingredients. So the event is one. Milestone is a big major progress. So when I go to the milestone, it's the major significant progress. So when I finish the cake, it's a milestone. When I finish the decoration items, it's a milestone for me. The network, this is the network. This is network, showing the relationship between the activities. There is path. When we call path, okay, path. The path is the series of connection of the activities from the start to the end. ACF, BDF, BEG, path. The longest path is the critical path, and we'll see it inshallah next week. The longest path is the critical path. Okay. The diagram will be shown with the visual representation. So each pair and CPM diagram will be shown in a graphical representation. This is the first graphical representation. We call it activity on node, on arrow. We have another graphical representation also. We call it activity on node. This is the same for the same project. Okay, and I will draw this for you step by step now in a while. So this diagram, figure 5.6a, is the same as this diagram, figure 5.3. The same project. And who this project come from this action plan, table 5.1. We will go to draw it now. هسه مع بعض. How we draw the diagrams? We will use two types of techniques: activity on node and activity on arrow. What is the difference between them? Activity on node, this is the activity on node. The activity will be written inside the node, and the node is a square or a box. And the arrow shows the direction of the relationship. So in the first one, activity on node. Activity on arrow, the node represents the event, the end of the activity. And the arrow represents the activity. The arrow represents the activity. The advantage of the activity of arrow, that it shows the activity at the event. So that's why they like it, the project management team, when they need to focus on the event. إذا عاد أركز على الأحداث ببقى أستخدم activity on arrow. Activity on node, it's easy to construct, as we will see now in a while, but it doesn't show the event. It shows only the activities. But the advantage of the activity on arrow on the activity on node, in the activity on node, it's more easier to construct. Okay, and we will see this. هسه هنطبق الexample that in more detail. And this example is on page here 147, this table, and this is the detailed explanation of the example, and I will do it now for you without going back to the reference. Then we will go to the next step. For the same project, we will construct from figure 5.4, hadith 5.6, all the steps of the activity on node. هنا خدت لكم the figure title number and the page number. These are the steps. Again, we are not going to use them now. I will do it for you. So, activity on node, as you will see from the practice, it's more simpler and easier and popular in project management softwares. Okay, لكن no event. في activity on arrow, okay, it's both event and task, but it's complex to draw, as you will see. When we draw, we use what we call dummy activities. So what are the dummy activities? And we'll go this example حسا. The dummy activities are activities without time, without resources. We use it just for drawing, to help in drawing, no more than that. Just helping for drawing. يلا عشان all of these things to be more clear, I will go the practical example. So the example here is table 5.1. I just put titles for the task. This table 5.1 in the textbook. Right? لكن خطينا أسماء للتاسك. This ده مشروع. It's a project. In this project we have these 8 activities or 7 activities. 7 activities A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So these activities can be anything. Yani for example, it can be a project for construction. The first task, survey land. The second task, obtain the permits, التصاديق. The third task, foundation work, نبدأ العمل بتاع التأسيس. The fourth task, assemble material, نجمع الماتيريال. The fifth task, preliminary testing, الاختبار المبدئي. The sixth task, final assembly, التجميع النهائي. The last task, الفاينل inspection, وهو الاختبار النهائي أو التدقيق أو الفحص النهائي. inspection, الفحص النهائي. So each activity related to a different activity. So activity A has no predecessor. That means activity A is a start activity. No activity before it. Activity B, no predecessor, no activity before it, is a start activity. Activity C depends on activity A. So after I finish A, I will start C. بعد ما أخلص A ببدأ C. Activity D, it has a predecessor هو B. بعد ما أخلص B ببدأ D. How it looks like? It looks like this in the table. So these are the tasks and these are the predecessors اللي قبلها. So A and B, we call them start activities because they don't have anything before them. ما عندهم أي حاجة قبلهم. C, D, E, as we will see, are middle activity. Why? Because C depends on A and F depends on C. There is activity depends on C and C depends on A. But it's a middle. لأنه عندها activity before and activity after. D depends on B, so there is activity before. And F depends on D, so there is activity after D. That it's a middle. E depends on B, so there is an activity before. G depends on E, is an activity after, it's a middle activity. F depends on C and D, so there is a before activities. But there is no any activity after F. F دي ما في activity بعدها. So that's why it's an end activity. G, it depends on E. There is a before activity. But there is no any after activity. ما في activity بعدها. So it's an end activity. So any activity there is no before it, it's an start. Any activity there is no after it, it's an end. Any activity there is a before and after, it's a middle activity. How I will draw the network diagram. يلا. Please prepare, as I mentioned with you, prepare your pens and papers. Okay? Try to draw with me step by step. And I would like you to do this with me step by step. Okay? So be aware to do this with me. Do you see the whiteboard?
Yes.
Okay. So we have this table of the activities. Okay. We have activity. We have activity. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And we have the predecessors. What comes before A? A, no before. B, no before. C depends on A. D depends on B. E depends on B. F depends on C and D. G depends on E. So this is our table. I will do first activity on arrow. Activity on arrow. So activity on arrow, that means we have circle and arrow. Circle is the event, arrow is the activity. So these are the symbols that I will use. I will start with a circle. Call it start. So I will start the activities one by one from the beginning. خليكم معي خطوة بخطوة تمام؟ بعدين if you have a problem ask me. I will start with activity A. How I draw the activity in activity on arrow? I will draw an arrow because it starts activity. I will draw an arrow end with a circle. On the top of the arrow, I will write the letter of the activity A. So after this activity finished, there is an event with circle. An event who end of A after A finished will be A. So I will write A small inside the circle. So the first activity A, it start after the start. After the activity finished, there is an event اللي هو event of A. اللي هو زي ما قلنا mixing of the dry ingredients. After I finish it, I end up with A. Bowl inside it the dry ingredients المكونات الناشفة. طيب انتهيت من A امشي B. B also there is no predecessor. معناها the arrow of B from start. And each arrow had the head and tail. الهيد لازم يكون the head of the arrow clear. بعمل circle. This activity is B. On the top بكتب activity. This activity will end in an event which is B. Small. Following me? Easy صح؟ ماشيين معاي تمام؟
Yes.
Good. نمشي activity C. C comes after A. معناه the arrow of C start from the event of A. لما نقول C A هنا A في البريديسر معناها C بتبدأ بعد ما A تخلص. بعد ما event of A. So the event of A is here. هقوم أشوف where is the circle there is A. لأنه C comes after A. So I will go to search a circle where A is inside that circle. A. This circle, the event of A. It comes C. So now I will draw the line of C. After C finished, it will end in an event, which is C. So this is the event of C end. And this is the C activity itself. خلصت C? Good. أمشي ل D. D start after B. معناها it needs an event اسمه B. So I will go to search what event اسمه B in my diagram. This event اسمه B. So D will start after B. End with the circle. D. Good. خلصنا. E. E, it comes after B. So there is a circle اسمها B. فتشتغل. This is a circle of B. Now I need to draw the activity E. So again, it's an arrow and a circle. The arrow is the activity E, with circle is the event E. Now go to F. F, it starts after event اسمه CD. There is no event اسمه CD, right? في event اسمه CD in my diagram. Do you see any event اسمه CD?
No.
No, there is no event of CD. What I need to know, what I need to make, I need to invent and create a CD event. So I have event of C. Now I use the dummy activity. Dummy activity is dash activity, dash line. كأنه I copy the event C in a new event C. I will copy from D also. كأنه I copy the event D in this event. So I have D. Now what I use the dummy activity. So the dash line, it's a dummy activity. Dummy, that means no time, no resources. Something imaginary. I am using it just for the sake of drawing. ما لأي حاجة ثانية حسب شغلكم بيهم. So I need an event اسمه CD. So I can create it. I will copy the event C in a new event by the dummy activity. It's just a copy. نقلته بس نسخته. I copied D in a new event اسمه CD. So now I have event CD. So now after having the event CD, I can draw F. F, it's a line and with a circle. The line, the arrow, it's activity F, and the circle is the event of F. Good. Clear الخطوة دي؟ تمام؟ ليه نسخت C و D؟ لأنه أنا عايز event اسمه CD. I need an event اسمه CD. I don't have it. So I copy event C. نسخت الevent C بضمي activity نشاط وهمي افتراضي ما عنده زمن ما عنده resources بصمة الرسم. ونسخت النشاط دي ما عنده برضه زمن ما عنده activities. بيجي عندي event دي اسمه CD. بعد بيجي عندي CD بيجي تبدأ أرسم F. F لأنه هو نشاط بيبدأ بعد CD. عشان كده استخدمت CD. F a line arrow end with the event F. Now I go to G, the last one. If there is any event اسمه E, yes. So I can directly have a line اسمه G activity end with a circle اسمها G. I finished? Yes, I finished. So after I finished, I will make the last node, which is end. Now, end should represent the end of all of the activities that does not have any successor. النهاية هي نشاط نهاية أي نشاط ما عنده أي لاحق له. لاحق يعني حاجة تيجي بعده، ما عنده لاحق له، ما في نشاط بعده. طيب which activities they don't have successors؟ شو النشاطات اللي ما عندها أي successors؟ F and G. Yes, that means F and G should end to the end. But now I need to extend F to the end and G to the end. So I will copy again F to the end and I copy G to the end. So now I finished representing all the activities, but I didn't finish the diagram. All the activities being represented. A, C after A, tick. B, D after B, tick. F comes after C and D, yes, C and D. F. E after B, tick. G after E, tick. F and G go to the end. يلا في activity and arrow you have to bring pencils and erasers. Why erasers? لأنه I draw forward, I check backward. Do I need to keep the dummy activities or not? This is the question. Very important. Do I need to keep the dummy activities or not? How I know this? I go backward. What is the rule? A rule اسمها concurrent rule. Concurrent rule. A concurrent rule states what? If the activities start from the same node and end in the same node, we need a dummy activity. نقولها تاني بالعربي. النشاطات المتزامنة نظريتي بتقول شنو؟ إذا نشاطين بدوا من نفس العقدة وانتهوا في نفس العقدة وهم نشاطين مختلفين محتاجين لنشاط وهمي يفصل بيناتهم. Say it again. The rule mentioned, if there is two different activities started from the same node and end at the same node, we need a dummy activity to separate between them. Unless we don't need any dummy activity. طيب نشوف. F and G. These two dummy activities. The first dummy activity represents F. The second dummy activity represents G. Are F and G finish on the same node? Yes, they finish on end. Good. Good. Are they start from the same node? Let us check. F start in which node? C and D. G started from which node? E. E. So they are not starting from the same node. So no need for the dummy activity. That means what? That means I can delete the dummy activity. Tuck, 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 by the pencil. I will delete the dummy activity for G and I can directly go to link G to the end. No need for the dummy activity. I will do the same for F. I don't need this dummy activity because F and G, yes, they are finished in the same node, but they are not start from the same node. So no need for the dummy activity. So I can directly extend F and G to the end. ليه أنا وصلت طوالي F بالend؟ وجيب الاند، لانه لما راجعته لقيت صح اف اند دي بينتهوا في نفس الايفنت اللي هو الاند، لكن كل واحده بتبدا بالايفنت مختلف. اف بدت من سي دي وجي بدت من اي، عشان كده هم مختلفين. sorry. Now going backward, C and D مع ال F. So C and D end with the same node, CD, CD. Good. Are they starting from the same node? No. C start from A, or D start from B. Do I need the dummy activity to separate them? No need for the dummy activity. هل C و D ينتهوا في نفس العقدة؟ أيوة ينتهوا في نفس العقدة سي دي هنا. لكن هل هم بدوا من نفس العقدة؟ لا، سي بدت من A ودي بدت من B. معناها المحتاجة دان activity no. سو معناها طوالي the same. I will erase the line of D. I will put directly the arrow without any dummy activity representing D. I will do the same for C. That's why we need pencils and erasers. And I will do C. Any dummy activity we need to check? No. So we finished. I need to number the event. The last step is to number the event. How to number the event? Now I will erase all the small letters inside the event. So this small letter I don't need it. Now no need. خلاص أنا عملت again just to help me in the drawing. So I will number from left to right, up, down. Left to right, up, down. Left to right, up, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we have a complete, you have to name the diagram, the activity on arrow network schedule diagram for project X, Y, Z. Good? It's hard to do, right? It's complicated, right? Yeah, and it's not easy to do it, activity on arrow. And it needs practice, and I know. But time from time, inshallah, you will know how to use the daily activities. Inshallah, برضو next week, we will do another example, more complicated. And in that example, there will be a dummy activity. And that example, there will be a dummy activity. Good. Any question regarding activity on arrow? Good. Before we go to the activity on note, the last one. Okay. Good. Now we will do the same, like for the activity on arrow, on note. So we have the same activity. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We have the predecessor of each activity. A, no predecessor, E, no predecessor, C depends on A, D depends on B, E depends on B, F depends on C, and D, G depends on E. Now, activity on node, remember, activity on node. We use box, square or rectangle, and arrow. Box or rectangle for the activity, and arrow for the direction. We are going to start with a start box. That's it. What is the first activity? Is A. Now A, I need an arrow to start from start. Like in this arrow end with a box. The difference between the activity on node and activity on arrow, I use to label the arrow with the activity name. But in the activity on node, I will label the node with the activity name only. So the activity is on the node A. And that is. Now we move to B. B also there is no any predecessor. So also the arrow will come from A, from the start. It ends with a box. How I will label the activity? The activity will not label on the top of the arrow in the node B. Clear? Okay. Now we move to C. C comes after A. So where is A? This is A. So there is only one arrow after A, and it ends with a box, and we label the activity inside the box, not on the arrow, but activity inside the box on node C. Finished. Now we go to D. D comes after B. So now I will go to B arrow, end with a box, which is D. Make sure that the head of the arrow is clear, okay? Fine drawing is very important. Okay, fine drawing, writing the title, okay? Now we go to E. E also comes after B. That's why B has two arrows out of it. One to D and one to E. No worries, okay. E. Also, I make the line, the arrow, and the box, and find it E. Now we go to F. F comes after C and D. That means there is two arrows, because it comes after C and D. So after C finished, and after D finished, there will be the box of F. Check it now. Again, F comes after C and D. So there will be arrow from C representing that F depends on C, and arrow from D showing that also F depends on D. And then the box of F. Now for the last one, G. F depends only on E, so it depends on E. From E, only one arrow representing the G. So any remaining activities, no. So as we start with the start, we end with an end. So F, no successor. So I will come with an arrow from F. G, no successor. I will come with the arrow from G. So now I have my full diagram. Which one is more easier to draw? Activity on node or activity on arrow?
Activity on node.
Activity on node.
On node, right? So this is one of the advantages we just mentioned. Now to complete, I need to put a title. The activity on node schedule network diagram for project. Put the title of the project XYZ. Okay, clear? Try to go to the textbook. في many exercises at the end of the textbook. Okay, لأنه دي حتكون one of the questions in the exam إن شاء الله. Regardless of the exam, it's online or in class, you have to draw a network diagram. Okay, you have to draw a network diagram. So it's very important to draw a network diagram later on. So just be familiar with doing it. If you miss any point, the steps are here, okay, in details in page 147, the steps of drawing the activity on node, step by step in narration, the same as I did, until we reach from start to finish. And the title is a complete sample activity on node network. Then the activity on arrow, the same. Okay, they started one by one. طيب. Here he used a dummy activity while there is no need for the dummy activity. Why did he put a dummy activity? Like, why? The logic is like this. Sometimes as a project managers, we may say this event is very important. Event D is a very important. And we need to visualize it separately. مرات كثيرة نحن مدراء مشاريع بيكون عندنا حدث نهاية نشاط is very important, very critical. And I need to show it. And this is the advantage of activity on arrow. Activity on arrow show the events and activities. So it tells you exactly the event and what the event is, and you can describe the event. So this event 1, 3, 2, 4, I have description for it in my manual as a project manager. So I know exactly what is the event 1, what is the event 2, what is the event 3, what is the event 4. Yes, I am interested in 3, which is C and D together. Lakin also I'm interested in D separately. D for me is a very important step. So for example, the decoration itself is a core step. The crane and the items. So for me in the cake preparation, the decoration event, which is 4, I need to have it as a separate step in the diagram to check it. Yes, it's not amending or doing anything with the diagram drawing, but for me it's good to highlight it. So for the project managers, there are some events بيكون عندهم أحداث they need to focus on يركزوا عليها, so they highlight it separately if it's married to another event لو كانت هي مدموجة مع event ثاني في الدياجرام like this. So why he separate an event for D؟ لأنه he is focusing on D. هو مركز مع D ونهايتها. That's why he used the dummy diagram. So I may purposely adding a dummy diagram. In fact, it's not affecting the drawing. هي ما محتاج لها الدروينج، لكن the project manager added لأنه he needs to stress and focus on that event. Okay. Next week, inshallah, we will go through this example. 5.2. Try to do it. Table 5.2 by yourself. Inshallah, next week I will do this example practical, and we will complete identifying the critical path and calculating the slack of this. For this example, in the textbook is draw the activity on node. Okay, the activity on node, which we'll use it in the analysis. Lakin I need you to draw the activity on arrow. Next week I will draw the activity on arrow for this. Here you will need a dummy activity. Here you may need a dummy activity. So tomorrow, next week, inshallah, this will be our practical example. Okay, when we are completing, inshallah, how we can identify finding the critical path. This will be our table to use, table 4.2. Okay, this table 4.2. Okay, in page 149, we will go through this part. We will draw it together, inshallah, activity or not an activity on arrow, and then we will identify the critical path for it. We'll do the calculations. Again, I will do the calculation the same that I did now for you in the whiteboard. We will identify the critical path, and then we will see how we can calculate the activity slack. برضو, all the narration, the description is available in the notebook and the textbook, lakin we will do it also in practical. So this, inshallah, will be the remaining part in topic 8, the project scheduling. Then we will start the last topic, which is topic 9. Topic 9 is the project termination. فيه 3 sub components. The first component is project evaluation, then project auditing, then project closure. Okay, so inshallah next week we will meet around 2 hours for the lesson. First hour will be completing topic 8, the project scheduling. Just we will do the last example اللي هو last class workout اللي هو table 5.2 critical path finding and slack calculation. Then the second hour will be for project derivation topic 9. After that inshallah I will leave the class for questions. يعني last 2 hours next week inshallah بتكون only for questions. If you have any question related to the topics from the beginning, I will be there for you for 2 hours for any question. Yes, إحسان سامعك أنا بس كنت أخلص الحاجة اللي بقولها. Yes. What is your comment? What's your ask question إحسان؟ إيش إحسان؟
قبل كنت بتشرح عن كيف ما تطلع الاستكتفاء الكوست كان في زي مسألة كده.
أوكي.
قلت لك كان في مسألة كده كنت بتشرح في إنه كيف نطلع الكوست. صراحة دي أنا تشرح فيها ما فهمتها.
طيب ما في مشكلة. ممكن ترجع ثاني للماتيريال. تمام. مسألة فوتناها هي ورق شديد هنا. خلصنا الطبق ثاني. أنا سألتكم في وقتها يا أحسن ما رفعت يدك ليه وقلت عندك سؤال في وقتها.
معلش أنا ما سمعتك.
اوكي ما في مشكله. احنا بس فوتنا التوبيك كامل هسه، لكن كده ما في مشكله. دي ما المساله ما فيها تفاصيل كثيره. كده حاولي راجعيها ثاني من الريكورد مره ثانيه يا احسان. تمام. اذا لسه عندك فيها سؤال المحاضره الجايه سجل السؤال ده عندك وبنجاوب لك المحاضره الجايه ان شاء الله في الساعتين بتاعت الاسئله. ما في مشكله. بس احنا حنرجع وري شديد
ما مشكله خلاص ما مشكله.
لكن هي تفاصيل بس بتاعت حسابات بتاعت الكوست استيميت. اي كوست استيميت فور اني اكتيفيتي عنده درايفرز اللي هو كومبوننتس دايركت كوست والاندايركت كوست. الدايركت كوست two parts material and labor. الindirect cost two parts overhead expenses والgeneral sales and administration. الماتيريال it comes from the invoices of the procurement. من المشتريات بنعرف الماتيريال كوست. خلاص الماتيريال هنستخدمها في الكيك شنو؟ هنستخدم فلور دقيق وباكنج بودر وبيض مثلا. النشاط بتاع mixing the dry components هخلط المكونات الناشفه. عايزه دقيق صح؟ عايزه باكنج بودر مش كده؟ عايزه ملح صح؟ في حاجه ثانيه نسيتها عايزه فانيليا مثلا. يبقى بتعملوا كيك كده انتوا ولا ما بتعملوا اكل؟ طيب داير كم كيك؟ داير كم دقيق؟ داير كم ملح؟ داير كم باكنج بودر؟ داير كم فانيليا؟ عندها تكاليف ولا ما عندها يا احسان؟ طيب تقدر تعرفي تكاليفها؟ تشوفي الاسعار بتاعتها في السوق تعرفي التكاليف. طيب محتاجه عامل يشتغل ولا ما محتاجه؟
محتاجه.
طيب العامل بياخذ كم في الشغل؟ بياخذ ساعه نص ساعه 10 دقائق. طيب انت عندك ريت بتدفعيه للعامل. احنا الليبر كوست بالريت. How long he will take to make the job? So 3 hours. What is the rate of payment؟ هتدفع له كم؟ هتدفع له $3 3 جنيه. يبقى هضرب الريت في عدد الساعات اللي هيستخدمها. يبقى عملت الماتيريال كوست والليبر كوست. That's correct؟ صح؟ طيب لما نجمعهم لبعض ده اسمه الدايركت كوست. الدايركت كوست لانه ده الدايركت كوست فور دوينج ذا جوب. طيب العامل ده اشتغل وين؟ اشتغل في مطعم صح؟ المطعم ده عليه ايجار ولا ما عليه ايجار؟ عليه ايجار. عليه كهرباء ولا ما عليه كهرباء؟ تمام. دي بنسميها الاوفر هيد اكسبنسز. ايوه الاوفر هيد اكسبنسز دي ما بقدر احسبها. كيف؟ لانه هي الكهرباء دي ما بس شغل ثاني معاه. الايجار ده ما هو عشان بس العامل ده، النشاطات الثانيه. فناس المحاسبه والحسابات انتوا قريتوا الكلام ده قريتوا في الكوست مانجمنت اكاونتنج. عندنا تكون بيرسنتج بنحسب بها الاوفر هيد اكسبنسز. البرسنتج دي بدون لامنه ده اسم الماليه، بيقول لي والله تحسب الاوفر هيد اكسبنسز بنسبه مثلا 40% يا اما من الدايركت ماتيريال او من الدايركت ليبر، على حسب. عاده الخدمات بتكون من الدايركت ليبر لانه الخدمات تعتمد على العمال، والمصانع والتصنيع بيكون من الدايركت ليبر، من الدايركت ماتيريال، من المواد. فقال لي طيب 50% من الدايركت ليبر، يبقى حقوم اضرب ال 50% في الدايركت ليبر بيديني كميه الاوفر هيد اكسبنسز. ممتاز. هل خلصت كده؟ لا ما خلصت. ما عندي مرتبات، عندي المدير العام والسكرتارية وناس المبيعات وناس المشتريات. طيب بياخدوا مرتبات، هدفع لهم من وين؟ هدفع لهم من الشغل اللي بعمله، دي بنسميها الجنرال سيلز اند ادمنستريتيف كوست. طيب دي بنحسبها بكم؟ برضه بتكون نسبة من شنو؟ من مجموع الدايركت كوست والاوفر هيد كوست. يعني بجمع الدايركت كوست للاوفر هيد كوست مع بعض اللي جبتهم. بيقوم ناس الحسابات بيقول لي تحسب عليهم نسبة 5%، 10%. بقوم بحسب النسبة من مجموع الدايركت كوست للاوفر هيد كوست. كده بحسب الجي اس ام اي، الجنرال سيلز ادمنستريتيف كوست. بقى عندي شنو؟ بقى عندي الدايركت ماتيريال كوست، صح؟ معايا حساب عندي الدايركت ماتيريال كوست.
ايوه معاك
وعندي
انا.
الاوفر هيد كوست، وعندي الاوفر هيد كوست حسبته من الدايركت ليبر او من الدايركت ماتيريال. وعندي الجنرال سيلز اند ادمنستريتيف كوست حسبته من مجموع الدايركت كوست والاوفر هيد كوست. اقوم اجمعهم لبعض الثلاثه. لما نجمعهم لبعض الثلاثه بكون عرفت النشاط بتاع خلط المكونات الجافه بيكلفني كم. يبقى المجموع بتاعه هو تكلفه النشاط بتاع خلط المكونات الجافه. كلير؟ ستيبس واضحه؟
ايوه
طيب لما ترجع ان شاء الله للمثال القاعد في النوت بتابعيه تاني. برضه ستيل اذا عندك سؤال برضه الاسبوع الجاي ما في مشكله، ممكن نراجعه تاني ان شاء
شكرا يا مستر.
الله. عفوا. Okay, good. Thank you very much, everyone. شكرا جزيلا لكم for the long session of today, and I know it was very long. لكن ما كان عندنا زمن. نحن we repeat this for 2 days, Friday and Saturday إن شاء الله. Next week برضو we will repeat the same session for next week on Friday and Saturday. And again, you have all the discretionary إنكم either to be on Saturday or Friday or to mix according to your time and convenience, inshallah. And I know that it's not available for everyone at any time to have access to the internet. Lakin for that, this session is recorded and the link of the session will be provided to you, inshallah, from your coordinator. And again, there is a YouTube channel created for the sessions, and the link also will be shared with you, and all of the recorded lessons will be uploaded on the sessions. Next week, inshallah, will be our last session. We will complete topic 8 with the last 2 parts, how we can identify the critical path and calculating the slack to identify the project completion time. And the second part will be the topic 9, the last topic, the project termination, evaluation, auditing, and closing the project. And the last section of the session, inshallah, will be questions, inshallah. If you have any question related to any topic from the beginning, I will be here for you. Okay, any question before we close?
يا مستر حيكون عندنا midterm ولا لا؟
حيكون في midterm إن شاء الله. عندنا 2 assignments. We finished the first one, لكن we are waiting for the new groups. The new students just join. They will composite their groups, inshallah, group. Then the second assignment, after we finish next week, inshallah, you will develop a project plan. I will provide you also with a guideline, how to do a project plan, activity planning, budgeting, and scheduling. Then we will have a midterm online test, inshallah. Most probably will be multiple choice questions. each student will do the test in a different time if she would like. لكن the questions that will appear to you it will be different. يعني كل طالبة هتخش الامتحان في أي ساعة هيكون أسئلتها مختلفة من الطالبة الثانية. لكن you have to complete the test in 1 hour. It will be 50 questions, multiple choice questions in 1 hour إن شاء الله. 50 سؤال في ساعة. بتكون مناسبة يعني أسئلة بسيطة بتجاوبوها. هتقول لي الزمن ما بسيط ما كثير، لا الزمن مناسب، لأنه برضه أنا ما قدرت تخش إنك تفتش الإجابات، يا أنت يا عارفة يا ما عارفة، فأنت من راسك هتجاوب. فأنا ما عندي طريقة to observe البيهيفير بتاعكم في الإنترنت، فأنت ممكن تخشي وتفتش. فأنا ما حديك زمن تفتش، هتفتش الإجابة هتلقيها، هتلقي روحك إنك أنت فوتي الزمن وما جاوبتي كل الأسئلة. يا اعتمدتي على قرايتك ويور بريبريشن وجاوبتي الأسئلة. فإن شاء الله it will be very يعني good questions إن شاء الله. I will give you the time for the test والميدتيرم هيكون وين. I will avail 1 week for the midterm. إنك within the 1 week at any time you can find an internet, especially for those who are in Sudan. And we know that the struggling that they have, and may Allah protect them and save them inshallah. We return back all to our homes soon. For that إحنا will do this for them. Inshallah. Okay. Good. So see you inshallah next week for the last session inshallah, and prepare yourself with the questions and comments inshallah next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.